Seriously.
I mean, it's like he really. I mean, I'm curious what the market was for him because he's not getting minutes there. Like, there's probably a handful of teams that you look around and go, yeah, he's not playing at all there. Like, he is legitimately not playing in Buffalo.
No. I don't think there's anywhere where he'd be playing, though.
Yeah, I mean, but there are probably places he'd have like a chance. I mean, I don't think he has a chance at all in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome. Come on in.
What's going on?
Get comfortable.
Don, what's up, big dog?
Sit down. Have a seat. Stay a while.
My life
Donnie's in here already?
Yeah. Ramsey in the house.
Sir.
T Green in the house. Christopher.
Birthday boy. When you get to celebrate your birthday.
Big dog.
Yeah, you get to celebrate your birthday all month, Don. Donnie. Yeah, I'm repping. It's dope ones right here.
So Damian, I was telling Jesse, I got to send these pictures to Marshall because I'm gonna be on pretty much after every NCAA tournament game for the next 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, I need some pictures, and so he could promote. I realized I don't take much of any pictures without sunglasses or without a hat.
It's all right. I don't take any like if I could put on my glasses right now and not look like an asshole, I would. But they're not dark, like they're light, like they're just like barely tinted, but still, like what am I like? I'm in my house, like what am I doing? But
oh, Manny, no, check it out. So I went to my IG DMs like all night. I'll talk to you about it, Manny.
Oh. Boom. Hey, and we welcome you in here. Thank you so much for being with us on this Thursday edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway.
Yeah.
And we are live here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We are live on youtube.com/ESPN1320. We are live on the radio.com app. You can put us on the phone, stick us in your pocket, throw us in your earbuds, take us everywhere you go. If you're going into the grocery store, if you're going into a meeting that you don't want to be a part of, just put D-Lo and KC in your ears, man. No problem. We've got you covered. We got Kings basketball to talk about. We've got a Kings win to talk about.
Uh-oh.
KC, I said we've got a Kings win to talk about.
Yeah, let me do it again.
Let's go. I thought you would have had your finger on the trigger ready to go already, but that's all right. We here. Kings get the win, and man, I don't want to say we're geniuses or anything.
Oh, go ahead. Say
well,
it.
I think everybody knew how. Like that game went We talked about it all day yesterday. We talked about it the day before. We knew exactly how this game was going to go, and it went exactly as we talked about yesterday. It went exactly as predicted.
Yeah.
121, 119. What do you remember the average points that these two teams give up? Do you remember the number?
121 apiece, right?
It was 120 and 120.1.
That's with the one. That's where I got
the final score was 121 to 119. Like, come on, man. We even talked about the Westbrook turnover at the end. We talked about the big day from the end. We talked about all of that, and it's like they were all listening to the show, and it played out exactly as we laid out.
One thing we didn't take into account, though, Damian, was Russell Westbrook doing his best. Bobby, was it Ricky or was it Bobby in Blue Chips? I think it was Bobby. Who was throwing the games?
Okay, don't do that. What are you talking about?
Took the money.
Are you trying
to take the money?
Are you trying to get us to fight again this early in the show? Is that what it is?
He missed 2 dunks.
He did miss 2 dunks,
and then threw one to the bench.
He did miss 2. Now that wasn't his fault.
I saw that immediately. That was not his fault. Neto flares out. He's wide open.
And I know you've, because I've had the Wizards favorited on League Pass. I know you've watched the Wizards on League Pass. That's a Scotty Brooks out of bounds play. The only thing really of note in that play is that the Wizards were going for the win. They were going to shoot a three, and the game was going to end on that final possession one way or another. Like, there wasn't going to be overtime. Like, they were going for a three to end that game. It's just somebody forgot the play, and it wasn't Russell Westbrook.
And Damian, they had the Kings. The Kings were lost. As I told Jill, they were lost. They had no idea who was going where. As Richard Pryor would say, which way is up. Yeah. And Neto was going to be wide open. Maybe Neto was the one playing Bobby. Maybe he played the role of Bobby.
There it is. And by the way, congratulations to Jill. She might be the only person on the planet who took the under. And due to that incredible 26-19 fourth quarter, she hit it. So if you took the under, man, good for you. Not many did.
It was 248, right? That was the total.
240. Yeah, 248 or 247.
And what's my math right now? They were at 242. Is that what they finished? 243? What was that? 121.
We don't do math here live on the show. You know better than that. It was 121. 240.
There you go.
It's 240.
Wait a minute. Let me get my little African kid on. Get my calculator.
You know what's so sad is someone's listening to us for the first time and all they heard was you say, let me get my little African kid here and figure this out.
Not to mention he's a full-grown man.
He's a grown-ass man. That's right. Not only is he full-grown, he's probably a very, very wealthy man as well.
I really did hear he's like...
I need to know where that clip is from.
I have no idea. He's got like a bunch of them.
It's obviously like a movie or something. I need to know what it is.
Yeah, he's like a famous actor in Africa. Like he's won awards and all this other stuff.
It's arguably my favorite GIF on the planet. Like, and you post it regularly, and it makes me laugh. It absolutely makes me laugh. So the Kings get the win. There's a lot to talk about there in last night's game. And every conversation today should start and end with De'Aaron Fox. If you want to take part in the conversation and you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, just jump in the chat. Let us know what you think. NFL free agency is going on right now. Of course, we'll keep you updated on everything as our man Bryant West jumped here in the chat to let us know. The San Francisco 49ers are hosting Joe Flacco.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, hosting him, doing what? Like
I was hoping
studio show. Like, is he? I wouldn't even say a scout. What hosting him? How? Can't be to play football.
Maybe for just some wine. Maybe they're going to Napa together. I certainly hope it's not to. I certainly hope it's not to play football.
Come on, man.
No, I hope not. Mitchell Trubisky, you can cross him off of the backup 49ers quarterback list as he's headed to one of a handful of places where he'll probably never play quarterback again. He's headed to Buffalo. So we'll dive into all that. We'll keep you updated on everything that's going on in NFL free agency. We got the details on Trent Williams' contract as well. We'll dive into that. But as we start this show and we talk about the Sacramento Kings, as I was mentioning, every conversation about last night's game starts and ends with De'Aaron Fox, and that was a cold-blooded shot he hit over Bradley Beal to get the Kings that go-ahead win last night, or that go-ahead basket last night.
Cold! Yeah, that was cold, boy. That was cold. And I was talking to our producer, Jesse, a.k.a. Jesse the Body, as I like to call him. And it was so smooth for Fox to hit that game winner. You got to love it. But the next progression in the end game, if he could have that type of move and that type of fluidity to the jump shot about 3 feet further away beyond that arc, it's over. It's over. I thought Fox was really good last night, especially in the fourth quarter. Made some big shots, hit his free throws. He finished 11 of 13 from the line. I mean, Fox, he showed improved last night. I love what I'm getting from Fox this year.
How about your Sacramento Kings shooting 82.9% from the foul line last night?
Come on now.
How
Come
about
on-
your
come on
Sacramento
now.
Kings getting to the foul line 35 times last night?
Wow. Now look, once again, Barry Horowitz.
Yep.
I said the Wizards are a bunch of hacks. All right. They're almost leading the league. They're number 2 in the league in fouls per game. Shout out to Will. And they were going to get you to the line. You had to hit. And the Kings hit last night.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, you were right on both. 3 for 3?
3 for 3. They hit all 3. They get air horns. 3 for 3.
I think you get some air horns too, because that's the third time this year that they've gotten all 3 Kenny's keys to a Kings victory, and they're 3-0.
Yeah, for those that don't remember, they had a handicap match. They won the handicap match. Tyrese, Fox, and Buddy outscored Bill and Russ. It was actually pretty close. I think it was like 61-55 or something like that. And then they outran the Brody and company. They won the fast break game, and then they shot over 80% from the free throw line. So good job, Kings.
We need to look back at the Toronto game. We need to look back at that one Toronto game where they were up big,
19,
then lost big.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they only hit 2 of the 3 keys, but you've been on point all year, and I'm glad that the team listened yesterday, man. You were, as they started making those trips to the foul line, I was like, boy, we got this one. And I didn't mean the game. I mean, like, yeah, a leopard doesn't change its spots. That's what the Wizards do, man. They're fouling everyone in sight. Of course, not flagrantly though, because when you wear a Sacramento Kings uniform, you could get punched in the face. Now, interestingly enough, as our man Rich pointed out on Twitter, if you want to follow us at D'Lo and KC or at ESPN 1320, he tagged us in a clip of Kyle Lowry getting hit in the face in very similar fashion. Flagrant foul. Because you can't do that to Kyle Lowry. You can't do that to Toronto Raptors. But you could do it to Tyrese Halliburton. And as long as you're wearing a Kings uniform, you can get popped in the face. You can get ripped off the rim. God knows what else you could do. I'm sure we'll find out over the course of the next 30 games or so.
They didn't even look at that. They didn't even go to the monitor. Tyrese is holding his nose. He's on the ground, holding his face. He can barely see at the free throw line. They're like, one shot, guys. One shot here at the line. We just ain't gonna look at it, huh?
Look, I'll retweet the Kyle Lowry clip for those who didn't see it. It's not on a shot, but it's virtually an identical play. He's just slapped clear in the face, like just palm struck right in the nose.
Damn,
flagrant foul. Like, yeah, it's a flagrant foul against Kyle Lowry, just like it's a flagrant foul on Tyrese Halliburton. But again, if you're wearing a Kings uniform, man, you better put some shoulder pads on, because you're gonna get hit a little bit harder.
Now, Damien, can I ask the question? I'm just asking the questions.
Okay.
Was that a flagrant foul
on Kyle Lowry, against Kyle Lowry?
No, against Tyrese.
Yeah, you can't hit in the face. Isn't that the hard and fast rule? Like you can't hit above the neck.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. I'll put it to you like this.
I thought that's why they called it against on the Kyle Lowry play, because
I got to see the Lowry one. I hadn't seen the Lowry one, but if they set the precedent, then by rule it is. But by how we understand the game of basketball, I mean, Alex Len he wasn't trying to hit him in the face. He didn't slug him.
No, but what was he trying to do?
He'd get the hand up and then he put it down and smacked him in the face. Like, he put the hand up to contest the shot, and then he put his hand down like you do as a normal motion, and it caught Tyrese's face. I mean, he was there like
it caught Tyrese's face. That's a good way of putting it. It just caught Tyrese right in the face. I don't know what to do.
He was there like, yo, my bad, bro. Like, he was there. I'm just saying, I want the flagrant. Yeah, I want it. I want the same respect, but in all honesty, I mean,
if it's a flagrant when it happens to Kyle Lowry.
Right? Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be a flagrant if it happens to Tyrese. Then I understand. I agree.
There's another. I mean, I want to talk more about De'Aaron. Like, are we? De'Aaron's got to take the next step. My God, this dude keeps taking steps. Like he continues to, like, he is like a legitimate all-star. And I know the All-Star game is over and All-Star selections are over, but this dude has legitimate All-Star numbers. I know it's not translating to victories, though it did last night. There are some things that didn't go particularly well for the Sacramento Kings, and we saw some of the disadvantages, and these are some things that we're going to have to be worried about moving forward. We saw Tyrese Halliburton in the starting lineup with Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes and Buddy Hield and De'Aaron Fox, and we also saw what Washington did to the Kings in the paint. We'll talk about that. We'll talk more about the Kings. We'll keep you updated on NFL free agency. We got plenty more coming here as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on radio.com, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay. Do you know the name of the movie?
It's called Stubborn Files. It's a comedy about a spoiled young man about his parents' home and take responsibility.
Stubborn. You said Stubborn Files? Okay, I'm on it. I know what I'm doing this weekend. Stubborn Files.
So the funny thing is, like, when you see some of these memes in their actual movie or show or something like that, like that's happened a few times with The Wire.
With
like
The Wire, yeah.
I didn't remember it from the first time with The Wire, but then it became this meme, and I went back and watched The Wire, over the pandemic or at the start of it, and you would see that. You would see Idris doing the little doing that.
See, I don't remember. Sure. You said that. You said one time Stringer Bell, the Stringer Bell meme, and I don't remember that meme from The Wire. Like when you said Stringer Bell, like it threw me off. Like I'm like, is that the Idris meme he uses? I didn't think that was the Idris meme.
Yeah, he does it as Stringer Bell. He's sitting something about some cell phones or something like that, and the guys in front say something, and he looks.
Stringer Bell.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. I ain't watching that. It's a 2.5 hour movie on YouTube.
Yeah, there's
I can answer this for you. Coop Froggy Frog.
Hey,
I'm gonna open.
What's up, big dog?
I can show you exactly what I'm having tonight. This one right here. I'm gonna open this one tonight.
What we got? Hold on. Oh.
Yeah, we're going.
Oh, we got gold bottles.
This
the whole world drinking gold bottles.
Yeah, that's the one I haven't had yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up that one. Coop Froggy Frog.
What's your favorite so far?
I really like this Lux, man. This Lux is legit. I really, really like this. Yeah.
A Bad Influence got the world drinking gold bottles.
That's good stuff right there.
We're Manny, if you're still in here. So there you go. So look, I'm going in my Instagram. I'm like, yo, I don't see no Manny. And the whole time it's under, I don't know why it had to be accepted. Like it was a request. So I just saw it maybe about an hour ago. And I'm a holler at you for sure, bro. For sure. No, Coop Froggy Frog was talking about what you drinking during the show. Would you have the vibe?
No, I have the green juice, the Vibe Health Bar green juice, and then I might sip on that Zoa energy drink. I don't know though. I'm new to that one. Like, I don't know if I don't love that one.
Come to think of it, you do have about 3 drinks per show.
Because I can never eat anything. I always feel rushed when I like go grab, even if I'm just like grabbing blueberries or whatever. Like I can't get them eaten during the commercial break. You know what I mean?
The eating is tough. Hey, I put this in the rundown, but I just wanted to not forget. So, have you continued to watch Young Rock?
I'm watching it week by week, yeah. So like I get alerted when it's goes
getting better. I'm not gonna lie, like the last 2 episodes I saw, one was when they were in Hawaii when Vince makes an appearance.
I saw that. Yeah, okay, I saw that one. I didn't see the one that they just had. Yeah, I didn't see the
they
one
had one with him at the U. Look, maybe the expectation just sunk to the basement, but I was like, okay, not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I don't know about. Yeah. No, you're right. I think your expectations have just sunk.
They had
I saw
Ed
the
Orgeron
Vince.
on there.
Yeah. So you have Ed Orgeron on one. You have Vince McMahon on the other, and it's like, all right.
Luke Campbell, Michael Irvin.
Well, the college hoops tournament is tomorrow. Countdown coverage on ESPN 1320 is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. First four in tonight. There'll be plenty to talk about as pertains to the. Are you gonna reveal any like? Are you gonna drop any bracket tips for us tomorrow? Or
Oh, for sure. You already know that.
okay,
I haven't. I don't have the final one filled out yet. I'm Ramsey in here on chat talking about tournament starts at 2 p.m. today. No, it doesn't.
no, it does not.
No, it doesn't.
Ramsey's been on every time I do that read. Ramsey tells me I'm wrong. Like, no, it does not. I assure you, Ramsey, it does not.
These are playing games, sir. This is not the tournament. Now,
a lot of brackets, they don't even count these two games. Like, they just give it to you.
No, and they shouldn't.
Yeah,
they shouldn't. Now, oddly enough, I do have UCLA making a. I think I got them winning in the first round over BYU, but they would have to win tonight to get that opportunity, which I think they will.
UCLA, the team with the school, the program with the most college basketball championships is in the play-in game.
It's about to turn up though. They got that Jordan Brand deal. It's about to turn up for UCLA.
Yeah. About to turn up. They had an Under Armour. Was it Under Armour?
That's why it turned down.
And then they were like, there's a pandemic. We're like, everybody get out of this. Like, let's all get out of this. Like, everybody, no more.
Yeah, they're not okay with that UA. But they got that Jordan Brand. Ooh, about to turn up, baby.
Kings rock the Jordan logo. What am I missing here? Like, I know that is it just randomly selected? Like, I mean, obviously the Hornets do, but
no, it's, they got the whole NBA. Jordan got the whole NBA.
So they just switched it. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Because Nike, I know they're the same. They're different. Nike's still the outfitter. They're still the outfitter of the league. So they just get the Jordan Brand just gets the city editions. Okay.
Yeah, and it was they pointed it out. It was kind of ironic when the first time the Pistons wore their city editions. And it was Pistons, Jordan logo, and they were like,
"Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure." Something tells me the way Jordan is, he probably had to be like even more handsomely compensated for us to be like, wait a minute. So we're doing the whole league except like the Pistons, and like, where is Isaiah anywhere in the league? Because you know what, keep it off the Knicks too. Let's keep it off the Knicks. Let's keep. I mean, it's weird that that Jordan's the outfitter for Georgetown.
Yeah,
not
right?
that there's beef, but still,
right.
it's weird that he's the outfitter for that.
I got some knowledge. Do you remember the initial Jordan Brand schools?
Oh man, like it would take me to Michigan. Was Michigan one?
Mm-mm.
Michigan wasn't
is
one.
current.
Well, UNC was
UNC. I think there was
initial
4
ones. Nope, I don't.
It was
besides UNC. I want to say Georgetown, but I don't know when they were added. So go ahead.
It was UNC, Cincinnati,
okay,
North Carolina A&T,
okay,
and the Cal Golden Bears.
Okay.
I have no idea how they came up with these teams.
Me
these
either.
schools.
No, that absolutely feels arbitrary. Like, because Jordan is like, he is legitimately hands-on with everything. I'm just like, I want him sitting in a boardroom. Damn it, give me Cal.
Cal.
That's who I want.
Cal
give me the Cal Bears. Like, because Jordan sounds like Vince McMahon when he's in a board meeting. That's why he does that. His voice gets right. Give me the Cal Bears. That's who I want. And give me Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Yeah. Interesting. Good stuff there. Good stuff there. Once you get into the business world,
I remember that I probably shouldn't.
Well, once you get into the business world, man, those rivalries, those types of things don't matter. It's like your man's buying a piece of the Red Sox.
Oh yeah,
LeBron.
We don't get into that.
LeBron expanding the empire and buying a piece of the Red Sox. So yeah, we'll get to that stuff later.
Ramsey says Cal is now Under Armour,
That's too bad for Cal.
Which explains the season they just had.
Yeah, that's too bad for Cal. I can't wait. I wonder.
Sorry, Danny in San Francisco.
I wonder if they'll start putting like how they eventually did with Jordan. If they'll start putting like Project Rock, like who sponsors Miami? Project Rock. That's who does it.
Oh well, I can probably guarantee Michigan State will be the first one to do that.
Why?
The MSU Spartans brought to you by Rocket Mortgage.
Oh, for God's sakes. I'm just waiting for the University of Miami to change it. Like Dwayne Johnson makes one more donation, and we're just now the Rock. We're not the Miami Hurricanes anymore. We're not the U. We're just the Rock.
Hey, we were talking about it over the break. He putting them on in that Young Rock. Young Rock. I was pleasantly surprised with these past 2 episodes.
Okay, but the first 4 episodes were trash.
Well, I think it was the first 2, maybe 3.
I don't know how many episodes.
They're on 4. They just showed 4. So it was the first 2 were definitely trash. And it was like, oh, I'm not going to watch this. But yesterday we were eating and my 8-year-old was like, oh, we have Young Rocks on here. And I was like, oh, okay. And we watched and they were actually pretty good.
I feel like it's a kid show. I think that's ultimately what it is. Yeah, I feel like it's a show. Like they get to see The Rock, and then they get to see guys like. And I don't know that. Like, does Reese know who Junkyard Dog is, or like Andre the Giant, or the guy who plays the Iron Sheik? Flawless.
No, he does a great job.
Flawless. But everyone else is kind of like, oh, okay.
He's like a young Damian Barling with his WWE network.
Oh, okay.
He goes back to, he watches WrestleMania 1. What are you doing watching WrestleMania 1?
Dude, nobody watches WrestleMania 1. What are you doing, Reese? It's moving day, by the way, for all our wrestling fans. The WWE network is beginning to move over to Peacock, which is such a scam. So I don't know if you caught this. Everything isn't moving over like right away. Like they won't have everything moved over till probably midsummer.
Oh my god!
So when they cut off WrestleMania, or when they cut off the WWE network permanently, and that'll be before WrestleMania, you're going to lose access to a ton of stuff.
So if you don't have both, you're going to lose access.
Because the WWE network, that what you know now is it's going to be gone.
Oh, it's going to be gone.
It's just going to be completely gone
while they bring it over.
Right.
Piece by piece.
Right.
Oh, brother.
So there's a certain like volume of stuff that is like available right now today on Peacock, but there's going to be some stuff by the time it cuts off. You know, I think it's like days before WrestleMania that it's just going to be gone.
That's a complete outrage. Let me make sure
dude, right? That's what I'm saying.
Let me make sure they have the right credit card for my $10. It's going. It's going.
De'Aaron Fox, as we awkwardly segue back to the Kings' future WWE superstar, De'Aaron Fox, his nickname will be the closer. That's his finishing maneuver. That's an element. Like that was De'Aaron's second career go-ahead field goal in the final 5 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime.
Really?
That was just his second. I don't.
I'm trying to think about it myself. Oh no, I know. It was against Philadelphia his rookie year. And I say really like that because remember
that the putback?
No, that was Miami. Philly, he hit one.
Wait, why wouldn't that count?
I don't know. That's what I was just about to ask you, because he had like 5 his rookie year.
Second career go-ahead field goal in final 5 seconds of fourth quarter or overtime.
Maybe
ESPN stats and info. Oh.
Maybe against Philly there was a little more than 5 seconds. Maybe there was like 7 seconds left.
Oh, okay.
And Philly didn't call a timeout. They came down, didn't make the shot. He hit one against Brooklyn that tied the game. He hit one against Miami at home that tied the game.
You remember all of this?
I don't know. He was clutch that first year, and then he had to put back, and then he had. I want to say he had one. Did he have one against the Knicks? No, maybe that's just the Miami Heat one. But he had like 4 or 5 in that rookie year. And people were like, he's clutch. And he still may be. I'm just saying that was.
Well, that shot last night with Bradley Beal all in his, like Bradley Beal did not fall out on defense there. Like that was De'Aaron's work that got him that shot.
Onions.
Exactly. 28, 7, and 5 steals for De'Aaron Fox last night. 11 of 13 from the line. Again, you as frustrating as the last 17 games have been for the Sacramento Kings. And again, when and this is a conversation that we'll get into. Deuce and Mo are going to join us at 1:30. We're going to talk a lot of Kings today, and this is a conversation that we'll get into about do you want to win, do you want to lose, and all of those conversations that are going on right now, and the trade deadline 1 week from today, and all of those different things. But what you absolutely want to see is De'Aaron playing the way that he did last night. And we've seen him play this way before and it not amount to wins. We saw him play this way last night and it amounted to a win. But what they did last night, that's not going to work against Philadelphia. I'd argue it's probably not going to work against Boston either. Like, they were outscored 74-42 in the paint.
Wow.
And to stall them out a little bit, of course, Hassan Whiteside's back. He played 19 minutes, but you start small. You've got De'Aaron out there with Tyrese Halliburton getting the start, and Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes and Buddy Hield. And I even think about, of course, it's on the other side of the trade deadline, is the Cleveland games that are coming up.
Mm-hmm.
With the Cleveland games, like, you going to start that lineup against Cleveland?
Look, this is life.
Start that lineup against Philadelphia, like that's gonna be tough.
This is life. Now, yeah, they don't have JoJo, but I mean, this is what
it was. A hell of a fight last night, though.
Dude, that was a good finish. Shout out to Giannis sitting on the court.
That's a new celebration. I have not seen that before. Like,
I've never seen that either.
He just sat down. Yeah, man, I'm just gonna take a seat. What you gonna do about it? As a new one.
But I mean, this is life for the Kings right now, man. They're small. They're small, and then they're small, Damian, and they're trying to get rid of two big guys. So I mean, unless they're getting guys back, and I don't know when Metu's coming back. Maybe get another G leaguer, sign him to a couple 10 days or whatever. I mean, this is going to be a life for the most part. They're going to get dominated in the paint for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. And it's not always going to work out the way that it did last night. Again, you look at the way that game played out, and there are positives that you could take away from the fact that it's, they won a game. It's not like they scored, what was it, 121. They scored 121, but it's not like they shot 60%. You know what I mean? It's not like they shot 60% and 45% from three, or some of those absurd numbers that we've seen a couple of times during the season. It's just, again, they're playing another bad team in Washington, who I think Washington now, they're on their fifth loss in a row. And strangely enough, they've lost 7 of their last 8 in 3 straight to the Sacramento Kings. So I don't know. You figure that one out, but they were able to find other ways to win. They didn't turn the ball over. They got some steals. De'Aaron was super active. They had 10 total steals. Like they did things besides hit shots.
Hey, and even with the hitting shots, Damian, the biggest thing for me is they hit the free throws down the stretch. Yeah, I think they ended up at 82% from the foul line. Yeah, 82.9. Yeah, I'll give them the 83. They ended up at 83, but I remember because I was kind of tracking it. They started the fourth quarter at like 74%. So I think they might have missed 1 free throw in the fourth quarter. I know De'Aaron might have had 6 or maybe 8. Harrison had a couple. I think Buddy had 1. They got to the line and hit their free throw shots, and that ended up being one of the big reasons why they were able to win that game.
Should talk about Tyrese Halliburton, too. He played 32 minutes last night. Luke Walton was asked about the difficulty in managing minutes now with Marvin Bagley out, with Tyrese Halliburton still, kind of being on a minutes restriction. Once you get up to 32, like I don't know what point you're no longer on a minutes restriction, but here's what Luke Walton had to say about managing minutes.
It's a challenge. It is. So, it's especially when you're talking about, for us where we're at right now, it's a fine line between winning and losing. So we need these guys out there on the court to give ourselves the best chance of winning. So yeah, I mean it's tough, but this is what we have to do. So we'll hopefully we can continue to get him healthier and healthier, get Hassan healthier and healthier, and get those minutes up and eventually off.
He did mention that Hassan Whiteside, he of course being Luke Walton, mentioned that Hassan Whiteside was also on a minutes restriction. He played 19 minutes last night. I don't know when he really plays more than that, but he did. He played 19 minutes. He mentioned Robert Woodard was on a minutes restriction as well. Obviously, it was a very severe minutes restriction.
I was about to say 0. Is that
zero.
Is that his max?
Yeah, it was a heavy restriction on old Bob Woodard there.
Is DeQuan on a minutes restriction?
He is. Yes, he's on a permanent minutes restriction. That is keeping him out of the lineup right now. But along that same vein, Kenny Caraway, you said, "Hey, give me some Justin James minutes."
Yeah, man. Yeah, and I got that.
You got 18 of them.
Yeah, I'm okay with Justin. Justin James isn't going to change your world or change your franchise or nothing like that. But I wanted to see him get in there, and he's making the most of the minutes that he gets. I think he's out there, he's working hard. He's trying to be a high energy guy. When he gets shots, for the most part, he's making them. 2 for 3 last night. I think he might have been 2 for 3 or 3 for 4 or something like that against Charlotte the game before. But he's earning his minutes. I think Luke talked about that a little bit yesterday too, before the game. We played it on here, and when he was talking about a guy like Justin is getting the opportunity and he's making the most of those opportunities. So I'm okay. Maybe 19's a little too much, but right now they don't. Well, they do have another option, but they're not going to it. But whatever. I'd say around 15 minutes a game would be ideal. 12 to 15 for Justin James to give him a look.
If you want to be a part of the chat, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You could search ESPN1320 in your Twitch app if you have it, or the YouTube app, search ESPN1320, or go to youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can take part right in the chat. My man Rich says, Nemanja Bjelica, he's on his own minutes restriction.
Oh, my gosh.
He plays when he wants to play.
Man.
And he played last night to the tune of 14 minutes, 0 of 5 from the field, exactly 0 points.
He shot 2 threes from beyond like 27 feet.
Mm-hmm. And I think he pump faked one of them.
Fam, one of them, he caught the ball at about 30 feet away. Pump fake. Russ goes flying by.
Right.
He takes a dribble into about 27 feet, and then he takes a step back to 30. Huh?
He's the only guy who takes shots and goes, I really don't want to make this. I'm just going to shoot it and see what happens. I'm going to step forward. My defender, Russell Westbrook, is 7 feet on the other side of the court. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to step back. I'm more comfortable from 30 than I am from 27. Wow. Here's Justin James talking about being around the team and how that has helped him stay ready when his number is called.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've almost been here 2 years now, so even though I haven't really been getting a lot of floor time, I've been around, and I've been playing a lot with these guys. So, like whenever I hop in, it's like, it just feels like practice. I'm just out there playing my game, having fun, and just trying to get wins.
Justin James there again, 2 or 3 from the field, 18 minutes, 6 points for JJ.
Okay, that boy Justin James getting some podium time.
He did. Yeah, he
Okay.
did. Him, Tyrese, De'Aaron, they were at the podium last night.
Justin James. Now, I'm just intrigued by Justin. Once again, I'm not saying he's going to change your franchise or anything like that, but I'm intrigued with what he brings to the table. Once again, a high energy guy. He's tough. I don't know necessarily how strong he is or nothing like that right now, but he's tough. He'll stick his nose in there, and that's something this team needs. They need somebody that's going to get in there, keep that contact, have that collision on the defensive end, stick his nose in there. Is he going to make the perfect play all the time? No. Is he going to have games where he goes 0 for 4 or something like that? Probably, but they need a level of toughness, a level of aggression, especially coming off that bench. And so far, Justin seems to bring that to the table a little bit.
Justin's one of those guys, along with Daquan Jeffries, Robert Woodard, some of these different guys that we've talked about. If the season goes really, really south, will we see a lot of them moving forward? And as frustrating as the last 17 games have been, as frustrating the fact that they're 8 games under 500 has been, we're no longer talking about 8 seed anymore. We're talking about 9 seed. We're talking about 10 seed. We're talking about playing games. We're talking about teams like Memphis who are below 500. We're talking about Golden State, who is hovering around 500. I don't know that they're going to fall off, any more than that. Like, they've been able to kind of tread water and stay there. So if we concede that 9th seed to them, and you start talking about Memphis and New Orleans and Oklahoma City, and then you've got Sacramento right there. The Rockets lost again, by the way. 18 straight losses for the Houston Rockets. And again, my sincerest apologies for saying they're not going to lose every game from here on out, because obviously I was dead wrong there. But when you talk about Thunder, Pelicans, and Grizzlies, it's like, okay, who moves you in that group? Like, who do you look at and really go? Right. So
nobody.
Would the conversation be different? Because I know you, it was a wild show yesterday, everybody. Kenny waved the white flag on the entire season. Just like the hell with it. It's over. I'm still going to root for them to win, but it's over. Oh, by the way, but we're not too far. We're not too far out of the 10 spot.
I was all over the fence.
That's okay. That's okay.
I was stuck on the fence.
That's okay. It's 3.5 games back. So I wonder how different, and there's like 3.5, again, in the context of the Grizzlies, the Pelicans, and the Thunder, it doesn't feel outrageous. Of course, you need the Kings to not lose 3, 4, 5, 6 games in a row. You need them to maybe a couple of times over the course of the next 30-some-odd game win 3 straight or something along those lines, and hope some things go wrong with those other teams. But knowing that we're talking about a potential 9 and 10 spot instead of an 8 spot, which is 5.5 games away, I wonder how much that is because we've been reading, and hearing and all of these different things about how allegedly Vivek said he doesn't want to bottom out. He doesn't want to tank. He doesn't want to be the worst. Like he wants to, he wants to remain competitive. He wants to compete. He wants to try to build that way rather than losing, on purpose, or rather than playing all the young guys or having this big youth movement and believing that that's probably going to lead to losses that are going to lead you to a higher pick. But I wonder how much of the philosophy for this team is geared towards that, is geared towards remaining competitive, because in reality, you can still kind of get yourself to that 10 spot.
You can. The
8 seed is a little bit outrageous, like 5.5, but the 10 spot is not, or it doesn't feel like it.
It's not. It's not. And the guys, the teams in front of you, they're not world beaters. Now New Orleans could start playing well. I even see a situation where OKC can start playing well. Memphis too. Like, they can all start playing well. That's not beyond the realm of possibility, but they're not going to go run and hide. I just don't see that from these teams. They haven't shown that so far this year. So if you're the Kings, why would you think anything else? I know, and we'll we got Deuce and Mo on here. I want to hear what they got to say a little later. But why not say, hey, we still want to be competitive. Hey, we still want to win. Why not? Where's the harm in that?
Well, I think there's more. Yeah. And when you factor in too, obviously, if the Wizards run that play the way that they're supposed to, and let's say the shot goes in, De'Aaron still has the game that he has. It's just they lose. Like, nothing about what De'Aaron did changes. They still have the game that they have. They just lose. How could you watch the way De'Aaron played last night and go, man, I hope this team loses?
To me, you can't. I watch the Kings and I want them to be successful because I want to see De'Aaron Fox look like he looked last night. I want to see De'Aaron Fox look like he looked, against Miami earlier this year, or the New Orleans game at New Orleans. I need to see that. I need to see that from him. I need to see Tyrese Halliburton bounce back, have 17 points on the night, show that, maybe it's a minutes thing, or you put him in a starting lineup and it opens again, whatever. I need to see those type of things. That's what I'm looking for, and they need to result in wins. I remember a couple of weeks ago on the J Street Vibes podcast, my guy Jason Jones, I asked him, like, what do you want to see from this season closing out? Is it crazy to think that, they still have a shot, then the season's not over? And he said, the last 3 years or so, they have finished in a bad way. And it's time for the Kings. That doesn't mean playoffs or anything like that, but they need to finish a season on a good note. Yeah, everybody talks about the Jaeger year and all this other. That was a flame out after the All-Star break. I mean, they completely flamed out. Last year, they were playing well. They got into the bubble, got busted up in the bubble. For guys like Fox, I think they need to show that they can finish the season on a high note. But look, we're going to talk about this on the other side. I'm going to tell you why I'm really not that concerned with a top 5 pick. And a top 5 pick could be a little overrated too. I can make that argument. It's a little overrated. I would not tank for a top 5 pick.
Okay. There's your tease. We'll talk about that here on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Twitter as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Retweet the show. Retweet the show.
Damien, do you like those massage guns?
Yeah.
You ever had one of those?
I have a
you have one?
I have a what's the one that I have a Hypervolt. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I've only had one time. Like had it used on me one time. Felt weird for a little bit, but
yeah, I think there's one called the Theragun.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard of that.
I think that one's stronger. If I had to do it over again, I'd probably get that one instead because I need power. Like, I need to break up some. Like I used to get massages in Connecticut. I had a vicious massage therapist who would like make me cry. But like it wasn't one of those cute little foo-foo woo-saw massages. It was like, hey, if I don't fix this issue with your back, like you're gonna be in bad shape. Okay, go ahead, do your thing. And it was the worst. I used to accuse her of being on steroids. It was just the worst pain I ever felt. But like 6 months later, like she basically sculpted my back. It's really phenomenal. So I don't, obviously she's in Connecticut. I don't have her anymore, but those massage guns help kind of keep the blood flowing and keep things loose so they don't get all jacked up the way they used to be.
I think I definitely need to invest in one of those.
It's worth it. If you'll use it, like if you'll use it, it's worth it.
Jazz has been asking about that for a little while, and I've been trying to find a decent deal on one. I gotta pull the trigger.
Yeah, decent deal. Like honestly, I've only seen like a really good deal like during Christmas.
Yeah, and it depends.
Well, I was
Well,
really like this is good.
shout out to my people at Fat Kids Deals on Twitter. Maybe when something comes up, they'll be having it on there, so you can get one. I think I saw one for like $80.
Oh, for real? Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I get on
through
that.
Amazon. But like I said, it's not like that all the time. When some Amazon, somebody has a deal, but tweet it out. Fat Kid Deals is amazing. It's amazing. They are on the deals. Matter of fact, while we're here, let me see what Fat Kid Deals has right now.
The fat boys are back.
So, what do they have here? Men's athletic shorts for $16.14. Click the coupon. Oh, this is going right here. 4-pack of RGB smart bulbs for $35.99. Use promo code, whatever that is. Yeah, Fat Kid Deals. Oh, you need a queen/king duvet covers starting at $22.99. Save 40% off with the promo code.
Kenny got them deals for you. Kenny got them deals. Who need them duvet covers? Who need them duvet covers? I got them duvet covers in the car.
Hoover Scrub Elite $149. It retails at $199. Click on the link below. I'm telling you, man, Fat Kid Deals. That's where it's at. Electric wine bottle opener for $10.
I should probably get one of those. Of course, I don't drink enough wine for. Maybe I don't make it. I don't drink enough wine for the $10 investment.
Again, he skipped over the Herb Grinder ad.
So we got Deuce and Mo set to join us coming up 1 hour from now. I am really excited to hear about your sudden change of heart about this top 5 pick in the upcoming NBA draft. Though I saw this news alert come in and I just can't help but read it. Manny, is Manny in here? Is Manny in the chat? Can we get eyes on Manny and make sure he's okay after
I don't know. Let's see if Manny should be in here. He was talking about the massage gun, but I mean, everybody in the chat is just damn Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle right now with some of the things they're talking.
Murph. Yep, I see y'all.
Come on, man.
Twitch.tv. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. It's a whole different experience when you're watching the show and you're taking part in the chat.
Man. Come on, man. Y'all wild, man.
The Bears' new quarterback, Andy Dalton.
Okay.
Andy Dalton says, quote, "They told me I was the starter." That's the assurance I got. If you know a Bears fan, check on them today.
Come on, man.
Check on a Bears fan today. Let them know that you love them. Let them know that you're thinking about them.
They told me I was the starter. Manny, I feel for you, bro. But look, don't worry, Manny. John. Russ is on his way. It's just gonna take a year later. Okay?
I'm just envisioning Matt Nagy like taking some notes, and they told me I was the starter. I'm sorry, they did what?
Yeah, what is that? The electric wine bottle opener. I think I'm a buy it for Manny.
No, better yet, Chris got a good point. Manny, come by the house, bro. Come by the house. I'll hand you a bottle of McQueen in the Violet Fog, man. You need this more than I do today, buddy. Like, here, come by. I'll leave it for you.
Oh, brother.
My goodness. Andy Dalton. Like, does no one does like the Chicago Bears, Andy Dalton, do they think we got hit with the Men in Black device and like we didn't see what happened in Dallas last year?
I was just about to say he was so terrible last year.
It's not like Andy Dalton's had a year off between Cincinnati and Chicago. Like, he played last year with like offensive weapons around him and threw for about 7 yards a game. Oh, Bears fans, I feel so bad for you.
He was horrible. He was
horrible. Is this how people feel about the Kings? Like, is there like some radio show going somewhere? Man, I feel bad for Kings fans.
I'm sure there is. They have to. If anybody has a heart, they have a soul. They have to. Before I get into my my Kings hypothesis about not actively pursuing a top 5 pick.
Epiphanies and Hypothesis. It's the name of the new show.
Did you see the numbers that James Harden has put up in his last 15 games? That's a lot of games. That's 15 games.
I have not.
James Harden in his last 15 games is averaging 27.3 points a game, 10 rebounds, 11.2 assists,
Ooh.
1.3 steals, shooting 48% from the field, 38 from 3, and 86 from the free throw line. Brooklyn is 14-1 in the last 15 games. That's crazy.
That's your boy.
That's insane.
I ain't gonna knock it, man. That's legit. He can go.
My goodness. I think he what do you have like last night? He had like 40, 15, and 10, something like that. Just killing him.
As they said back in the 80s, that boy good.
That boy good for sure. But now let's get to what really matters now. Okay. The Sacramento Kings and their pursuit or a lack thereof of trying to get a top 5 pick. Now, if it happens naturally, it happens naturally, right? That's That's whatever. I'm not in favor of actively trying to get it, losing games, tanking, all this other stuff, right? And I want you to help me out here, Damian, because I got some data. Take that for data. Got some data for you. I went and I looked at the All-Star game from this past year, a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many All-Stars in that game were top 5 picks?
I do not.
So off the top of my head,
I know that.
Listen,
James Harden's got to be 2. They
had 24. They had 24 guys. Out of 24, how many were top 5 picks?
I'm completely guessing. Do you know the number?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, just off the top of my head, like I'm thinking, is it? Goodness, wow! There are 24 guys. Is it less than 5?
Nah, it's
6?
a little more than that. It's a respectable number. So they had 10 that played in the game. I'm gonna count Embiid and Simmons as well.
Oh, yeah.
So that's 12.
They
had 12.
Okay.
12 guys. Top 5 picks. You know how many were just lottery picks, like outside the top 5?
I mean, I'm close to all of them.
9. 9 were lottery picks. That means from 6 to 13.
Mm-hmm.
Got 9 All-Stars.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And everybody's on this, top 5. It's about the same. Top 5 lottery. They even had 3 of these guys in here that were elsewhere. I put them as elsewhere. They were like second rounders and just all over the place, right? So there's that, right? All-Star. I'm talking about we need another All-Star. That's what it is. I did a little more digging. And I was like, well, the goal is the playoffs. Everybody's like, well, to get on the timeline, to have a playoff team, we have to get a top 5 pick. I would lose my mind if this team did what Vivek did what Vivek is asking for and said, let's try to win games.
Mm-hmm.
People are adamantly against that, saying Vivek is stupid. Let's talk about playoff teams this year. Do you know how many playoff
Let's just go
teams?
with the assumption that I don't.
Amuse me.
Okay.
Take a guess.
Okay.
I got what do I got? I got 16 teams here. How many of the 16 teams have 2 top 5 picks on there?
Oh, okay. 16 teams. I'm looking. This is tough. This is a tough game. I'm looking at the East, and I'm gonna stop at 2 in the East.
You're correct in more ways than you realize.
Is it 2 period? It can't be 2 period. It's not 2 period.
No,
it's Philly and Brooklyn, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No. So remember the criteria. You got at least 2 top 5 picks on the team.
Yeah.
I'll break it down for you. In the whole NBA, there's 6 teams.
Okay.
Only 2 of them are homegrown.
Okay. See, you had to lead with that because I was working with Brooklyn. Like, well, Kyrie's he's a number 1. James, I think, was 3, but
yeah, they got 3, but they're all acquired. Only 2 of them we drafted top 5 twice.
Oh yeah, Kevin Durant's on the team. I completely forgot Kevin Durant's on Brooklyn.
And we say the other one is the Philly and the Celtics. Mm-hmm. They're the only ones with 2 top 5s that they drafted. Everybody else acquired them. Okay. You got the Knicks. They got 2. They acquired Julius Randle. Brooklyn acquired all 3. The Suns got 2. They acquired one of them in Chris Paul. Mm-hmm. The Lakers have 2. They acquired both of them. The Mavericks have 2. They acquired Kristaps Porzingis. All right. Now check this out. How many teams of those 16 have 0 top 5 picks on their roster? 7.
Okay.
7 of these 16 playoff teams don't have a top 5 guy on their roster, top 5 pick in the draft. So between All-Star and playoff, there's evidence that shows, I mean, what are we really going for? The bottom line is, no matter where you're at, top 5 Number 7, number 9, you got to get it right. Period. So in that case, win the games. Work with the guys that you have. Work with what you got. And let the chips fall where they may, and then do your job in the draft and in the offseason. All this, we need to just lose. And this came up last night because, a lot of people were, I forgot who we had on here the other day, saying it was a must-lose game for the Kings last night going up against the Wizards because, they wanted the inside track for that top 5. My whole point is, man, don't worry about that. Don't worry about none of that. Go out there, and I'll ask you the question, Damien. Sure. And I'll ask the people in the chat, and I'll ask people driving around in their cars or whatever, driving around in their Nissan or Benzos, or in their Nissan sitting on Lorenzo. What is more important to you? A De'Aaron Fox game like last night, where he puts the team on his back, he leads them to a victory, and he shows that, I might be that guy, or losing and getting a top 5 pick. I would argue I would want to see what I saw from De'Aaron last night more than losing to get a top 5 pick.
I'm with you. But if I'm Bryant West, for example, our draft guru over at the King's Herald, he's screaming at his YouTube stream right now, or his radio.com app, and he's saying, Kenny, I could have had both. Because if the Wizards had run that play correctly at the end of the game and Russell Westbrook hit, or who did you say it was? Was it Meadow? Neto gets it. Neto flares out, catches the ball behind the 3-point line, and the Wizards win that game. You still got the performance from De'Aaron, and you got the loss, so everybody's happy. No matter what happens on that final possession, make or miss, or thrown out of bounds, it doesn't affect the way that De'Aaron played. Like, we saw De'Aaron be that guy.
That's fair. That's a fair point. But I would argue if you end up losing enough to be a bottom 5 team in the league, I got questions about how good you really think De'Aaron Fox is. And people are always like, you say it. I agree. Everybody out there, De'Aaron Fox is an all-star caliber player. He's an all-star. He's there. Just to be fair, I would have questions about his ceiling, what he could be if we get bottom 5 team. To me, this is my preference. I would much rather see him do what he did last night in a win, finding a way to win, hitting your free throws, hitting clutch shots and ones, all this other stuff in a victory than in a loss. And I know his performance doesn't change because Neto didn't flare out. I get what you're saying, but I don't know, man. Maybe it's a psyche thing, but it's got to be wins sometimes, man.
No,
it's got to be wins.
I don't disagree with that whatsoever. Otherwise, you're just a good player on a bad team, and you can't be anything more than a good player than when you're on a bad team. Or if you're around long enough, you become the Devin Booker, where everyone is screaming, you've got to get De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento or he's never going to amount to it. You got to get – the league is being robbed by De'Aaron Fox being in Sacramento. That was the Devin Booker.
That's going to be coming, too.
That's what they were saying about Devin Booker. The league is being robbed with Devin Booker in Phoenix. Get Devin Booker out of Phoenix. Do by any means necessary. Let's go full Malcolm X and get Devin Booker out of Phoenix. Well, I think it's working out. I think it's working out okay for Devin Booker right now. Like it took a while, took probably far too long, but it's worked out. And has it worked out because you've got the right general managers in place? Sure. Has it worked out because you've got the right coaches in place? Sure. Point is that it's working out. And I think you're of everything that you said with all of those numbers, as I kind of, weed my way through those numbers, the most important thing that you said was get it right.
Get it right.
Doesn't matter if it's 2. Doesn't matter if it's 12. Get the pick right. And right now, with one number 12 overall selection under his belt, I'm more confident in the guy making the selections now than I was the guy who has no one but De'Aaron Fox, who he selected, left. Well, I guess Marvin Bagley is still on the roster too, but Willie Cauley-Stein is gone. All of these other guys that he took in the first round are gone. Yorgos Papagiannis is not even in the freaking league anymore. Malachi Richardson, God bless that brother. I don't know where he's at right now. Like, all of these other guys that Vlade took are gone. Like, they're either not in the league or they're on some other team. Everyone's hyped about Tyrese, though. and he was taken at number 12. So I don't know that the Kings are going to fall all the way down to number 12. They very, very well may. But the thing that you said to me that's the absolute most important is you've got to get the pick right.
You got to get it right. You got to get it right. Once again, out of these 16 playoff teams that I talked about, 7 of those teams have a top 5 pick or don't have a top 5 pick on their roster.
Okay, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're live on youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen to us anywhere you go on the radio.com app. Just search ESPN1320. Hit the heart button. Keep us in your pocket. Keep us in your earbuds. Or, of course, if you're listening on 1320 AM, we appreciate you so much. Must I remind you, my dear, close, long-time personal friend?
Yes, sir.
You love this draft.
I do.
You have been screaming about this draft since the day this show started back on August 17th.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are on March 18th, and you're changing course like, it's not that important. We just had Bryant West on last week talking about the impact of the top 5. There are going to be some really good players in this draft, but you have some potential franchise altering players in the top 5. It was just a week ago, but you're shifting. Like, why are you so quick to shift here?
No, not necessarily shifting. I'm still kind of in the same camp that I was at the beginning of the year, that it's a win-win. Now, you gotta pivot a little bit. You got to read what's going on just a little bit. If the Kings were the Pistons, for instance, where they're in there, they're a terrible bottom 5 team. I could see the argument of, well, no need to win games to get out of the bottom 5. Stay there, get your franchise guy. The Kings aren't there. Right now, they're like 7, 8, 9. People are saying they should bottom out to get in the bottom 5. And I don't agree with that. If you're at the place right now where you're 8, 9 pick in the draft, that means you're about where they're at, 12, 13 or something like that in the standings, 2.5 games back. To me, the answer isn't let's bottom out from here. Is try to win games with what you have. Try to go for that 10th spot. I have no problem with the rumors that Vivek is saying, hey, I still want to be competitive. I want to win. I'm all for that in this particular situation. Now, if losses come naturally because of that, you're still good. You're cool. You got a high pick in a loaded draft. Mm-hmm. But notice what I said. If they come naturally, I'm not trying to decimate this team, trading a Harrison Barnes, trading a Rashawn Holmes, all this other stuff. If I don't think I can, if I think I can re-sign them, I'm not trying to decimate this team so they can be bad. I'm trying to win with what they have and add to that. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
No, it does.
That's kind of where, and I want to see De'Aaron Fox have moments like last night. I want to see Tyrese Halliburton continue to improve his play. And when Marvin Bagley was here, I wanted to see him show that he can continue to improve his play. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So it's still one of those things where it's like it's a win-win to me. But the talent in this draft also kind of accentuates my point where I say, yeah, top 5 is a different class, but you still got ballers at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I don't see the necessity to drop out. Especially when you have a top 5 on your roster. You got a top 5 pick on your roster in De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at.
All right.
You know?
I feel like it's a little bit different than where you were last week, but I'm okay with it. I like it.
Can you guess a team that is currently playing with 3 top 5 players on their roster?
Homegrown?
2 of them are homegrown.
Not off the top of my head, no. Unless you want the radio to go silent and I look at all of the teams, like I'm happy to do that. But I think that's very compelling.
Your Minnesota Timberwolves. They got 3 top 5 guys on.
Probably all number 1 overall picks too, with the way
2
that
of
they
them are.
Yeah,
The other one's a number 2. D'Angelo was a number 2.
Okay, 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here. be a part of the conversation. Big Al's always a part of the conversation.
Big Al!
I know he's listening to on a transistor radio somewhere. What's up, Big Al?
Yeah. Okay, I guess that was a compliment. I got my second endurance shot because I'm an old man. So
Hey, good for you. Good for
Hey, there we
you.
go.
Meanwhile, sadly, on the other side of the call to your beautiful call screener. Meanwhile, we have more deaths coming with the terrible virus, alternatives coming in now. So that's,
Well, aren't you cheerful today?
so I'm just being accurate. And I will tell you, Casey, God love you. I give you a big hug and thanks. And you educated me, young man. You educated me because I would not have guessed when you did your little review
Oh, thank you.
of where players will pitch. I know the mythology that you got to have some top guys, but I do agree with the one thing you said. You said it consistently, and Jesus knows this is truth. You've got to get it right when you find people. In my opinion, watching the Kings the years, my dear daddy, we used to have partial season tickets. The biggest goof, and it's not the Luka goof. That was a big goof, in my opinion. But the biggest goof was you had Karl Malone. You had him in your hand, and you didn't pull the trigger on that. Just think of a Karl Malone in Sacramento. If you get something like that, because he's not a top 5 pick. I think he was mid-teens. I want to say 12, 13, 14. You get a guy like that, an impact guy, and you can find him. Every once in a while you find him. That's the difference, Casey. You're right on that. That is right on.
Big Al, I appreciate you, and you're educating me right now. Do you happen to know who the Kings took instead of Karl Malone that year? I don't know. I don't know. I'm asking you.
I thought it was Joe Klein.
Oh wow, we're gonna have to look at that one. But that's a gap. But like I said, if you're good at your job, if you have a good GM, you got a good group around you, you can find players all over the place. All over the place, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you both know. Listen, and you have the people that joke and laugh, and right here in the local area, Steph Curry. Was Steph? No, he wasn't. They took a shot on him. He was a little, he's a little undersized, not undersized. Everybody worried about his frame and possible injuries and stuff. And you got Steph Curry, who may now be considered the greatest shooting guard in NBA history. They took a shot, and they were right. So, and in my opinion, I've said this many times to you, I think we disagree, or maybe more D-Lo than you, KC. You got to have a guy that not only has skill set to serve that you can quantify, but they got a heart. They got the passion. They got Big Al passion. They want to take it right out of your blanket hand. You don't have guys like that.
I like that. I like that, Big Al.
Thanks,
You're
Big
right.
Al.
They need that Big Al passion. Yeah. Damn it.
I want to start just because I feel like everybody needs full context when we get a Karl Malone draft reference or perhaps a Joe Klein reference on the show.
I thought he was going to say Dame Lillard or something.
I feel like we've got to start introducing him. You know how like Tom Brady forever is 43-year-old Tom Brady. The 43-year-old starting quarterback, the 44-year-old Super Bowl champion. I feel like now we've just got to introduce Big Al as, hey, everybody, it's 66-year-old Big Al. Because you really, in case you get a John Wooden reference, in case you got I was there when John Wooden was, I need full context to be available to everybody so they're not wondering what exactly is happening here on the radio.
Man, our guy Big Al, man, he brings us back to a different time and shows us that history repeats itself.
Mm-hmm. No, it's
try not to let it happen.
And that's why this
Steph
organization has been in the shape that it has been in for 28 of the 36 years it's been in Sacramento.
That's facts. He talked about Steph Curry. I think he was the 7th pick in the draft, maybe 8th. I can't remember. But Klay Thompson, number 11 out of Washington State.
Yeah.
Like you just have to get it right. You have to pay attention and know what the hell you're doing and know what you're looking for. Know what you're looking for. Another thing about that, the all those all-stars I named, almost none of them are 3-and-D guys. That's why you do not draft no 3-and-D guy, in my opinion, in the top 7, top 8, top 10. You go for the gusto in that top 10. Because those are the guys that can be all-stars. Ain't no 3-and-D guy being no all-star.
Let's get Will in here real quick. 916-349-1320. What's going on, Will?
Hey, how you doing? This is my first time calling. I listen to you guys quite a few.
I just wanted
Appreciate you, bro.
I wanted to make a comment about Sacramento Kings. I just feel like Sacramento Kings is copycat, and what I mean by that, I mean like they copycat other towns and other cities, and they don't do what's best for the city. I just feel like the Sacramento Kings is pretty much dead in Sacramento. I feel like there's not a lot of basketball fans that are committed to Sacramento Kings. I think when you mention Sacramento, I think there are other teams. There's more other teams in Sacramento than the Sacramento Kings, pretty much. I just feel like they should just get rid of the Kings and bring in something different.
That's cold.
Okay.
I was just about to ask you, Will, what do you think they should do? Well, get rid of them. I don't know, Will.
Okay, like that is. I mean, that's a smidge bit excessive. Like this. Like I think quarantine is screwing up everybody's mind right about now at this point. Like I understand there are Warriors fans here, and I understand that there are Lakers fans here, but Will, this is a Kingstown, bro. For better or worse. Mostly for worse.
Yeah.
This is a Kingstown.
They haven't been good. What do you want them to be happy about?
Let them be good again, man. And everybody who's rocking the Golden State Warriors jerseys and everybody who's rocking the Los Angeles Lakers and LeBron James jerseys, like that era is going to be over here in the next few years. And Kings get going. They'll be back to repping the Kings.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Man. Goodness gracious.
Rid of the Kings, baby. We ain't getting rid of the Kings.
Let's step
Come
out.
on down to Doco, Will, man. Come holler at us at Doco, man. Come
there
on.
you go. That's what it is, man. Let's step out. Let's come back. We do need to talk about an Eastern Conference team that I think got better yesterday. I actually think they got quite a bit better yesterday. We'll talk about the PJ Tucker trade. We'll talk about the Lakers. We've got some one-on-one. We got Deuce and Mo set to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes. There's a lot more happening here on Twitch, YouTube, on the radio.com app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, Steelin' with KC here on ESPN 1320.
Got to go for the gusto, man.
Go for the gusto. I like it. I'm with it.
Yeah, man. Take a shot. You can find a Scotty Barnes, a Zaire one. You find those guys all over the place. No disrespect to them, but they kind of come a dime a dozen. Book night, Moses. Hell, it might be too high, but hell, a Josh Christopher type. That's what you need.
Yeah. I'm filling something out. Like we won a so here's news for everybody. I haven't even got to tell Kenny this yet. We won a grant through the Sacramento Bee. B Heard won a grant through the Sacramento Bee. A $2,500 grant for our nonprofit, man. So
that is awesome. That is awesome.
So I'm scrambling a little bit, trying to make sure they have everything they need so we can get that and help out the young people that we work with.
Great job to you with that Be Heard platform, man, and what you built and what you're continuing to build and grow with, man. You're doing a great job with that, bro.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I feel like we're building it together with the, you, me, Jason, the crew that's going to join us here in a couple minutes, man. But I definitely appreciate it. It just has my the process of getting all that stuff done, man, is not the easiest thing in the world. It can be quite taxing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was pretty excited to get that phone call. I need to call the person who nominated us as soon as the show is over.
That is really cool. Big ups to the Sacramento Bee too. I didn't know they.
It's called Book of Dreams, I think.
Nice. Yeah. Are they like? Is this something kind of help inspiring media people or something like that? Is that
no, it's more. It helps a variety of nonprofits. It just so happens, obviously we're about media, but it helps like a variety of nonprofits. I'm gonna close this, man. It's distracting me way too much. I'll call them when we get out of here. Yeah, Book of Dreams. Yeah, they've been around for a while. Sac B still in existence, thanks to Ken. That's true, man. And look how it's paying off for
You know
us,
what I'm
man.
saying? Come on, man.
Look how
Come
it's paying
on.
off for.
Making it happen.
Benjamin, you're listening to Snack Time with Mac and Ash. That's cool, man. I'm glad you listening to that. That's good stuff. Mac and Ash, man, those two are funny. Those two are funny. How do you guys feel about Amazon Prime taking over Thursday Night Football? Yeah, that was inevitable. And I think that is the NBA signed a new. I think that is the sign off. So the league. So yeah, we'll talk about this on the air here, KC.
Mm-hmm.
The College Hoops Tourney is just 1 day away. Countdown coverage on ESPN 1320 is brought to you by Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. The NFL is signing long-term agreements with media partners Amazon, CBS, ESPN/ABC, Fox, and NBC for the distribution of their NFL games. I'm not sure if you caught the first one I said there, KC. Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday Night Football will air exclusively on Amazon Prime Video beginning in the 2023 season. Now, we can break down and have fun with Amazon, all of that stuff, and whether you're going to watch or whether you're going to remember to watch or different things like that. But there is something far, far more notable here, and it's as part of the last collective bargaining agreement that was signed, the NFL owners could institute a 17th game once a new television deal, once at least one television deal, new television deal was secured.
Yeah.
That new television deal has been secured.
So this year, you think?
I would very much expect in the next few weeks the announcement that the NFL is moving to a 17-week season.
Oh boy,
because player safety and all.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's the most important thing going on. Absolutely.
Yeah, but 17 weeks on the way, it looks like.
So 17 weeks is going to be a change when it comes. But other than that, in Amazon, no real difference. It looks like as I skim through.
I say 17 weeks. I meant 17 games. Sorry. Yeah, no big changes. No changes in partners. It's still it's the addition of Amazon. It's still Fox. Still ESPN. ABC is going to be a bigger part of the ESPN deal in the sense that there'll probably be some simulcast Monday Night Football games with ESPN and ABC.
Bowls.
And that.
ABC got 2 Super Bowls in the deal. So there's that. I like the Amazon part of the deal. The only game I saw, I don't know if they did multiple games, but the only one I saw was the Cardinals and 49ers game. I like the broadcast. Yeah. I like the idea that they had multiple streams, I think, going on. So they had, I forgot how it was set up, but they had more than one type of broadcast. So if you wanted to see different cameras, I think that's what it was. Camera angles the whole game. You could do that almost like a mega cast thing, like ESPN does with national championship game. And I think Amazon would bring that to those Thursday night games and more often. The problem for me is I don't like Thursday night football in general. So it doesn't change that, but maybe with these different broadcasts they have, maybe they'll bring me in a little bit, man. And Amazon, aside from maybe Big Al, I mean, everybody's got Amazon Prime and smart TV. They only sell smart TVs nowadays.
Well, I know, but you do have to pay for Amazon Prime, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean the option to have it.
Yeah, this is just more like, because I mean, I know it feels like everybody has Amazon Prime. I don't think everybody has Amazon Prime.
No. They're not dropping I think I paid $5 for Amazon Prime or something like that. Or actually, no,
I don't think you did. I
paid 12.
A month. Yeah, like
but for everything though. Like I buy from Amazon.
I get it. Like I get it, but still, like look at what we're doing now. Like you got Netflix.
Yeah.
You got Hulu.
Uh-huh.
You got cable.
Oh yeah.
And you got Amazon Prime.
Oh yeah.
Okay, like dude, bruh, we just
I'm
reeled
probably
off.
like
I mean,
three. I'm probably like
that's
three.
what I mean. Like
Yeah.
you're paying $300 for, and at this point, I mean, no, with Amazon, we're talking about a lot more than video packages and television and music and all that stuff. Oh, by the way, you got Apple Music? Or
Yeah.
Spotify or some sort of music delivery. You got them both.
I got Apple
them
Music.
both, Kenny.
I got Apple Music and Tidal.
You know what? Oh.
Right on, brother.
Okay. I'm not going to be mad at that. I don't know why you have both, but I'm not going to be mad at that. And for those on the stream, Kenny's got Tidal. Oh, man. You know what? It's okay. I was going to say you're financially irresponsible. But I've been to your house. You can afford it. No, you can afford it. I've been to the house. I've seen the platinum doorknobs.
I don't know if I can afford it. I think back to that Kanye West skit that he had on the College Dropout. And, you know, I think about paying for all this stuff and I'm broke. And then he goes, but you know what keeps me warm at night? That's right. Those degrees.
You really think Kanye's worth $6.6 billion?
I could believe it.
I have a really difficult time believing that.
He's got a hand in a lot of stuff.
He does that. Like the article I was reading said it's mostly attributed to his partnership with like the Yeezy brand.
I was about to say Adidas is probably
so like what percentage of Adidas does he have? Like because it ain't a 50-50 split.
No,
there ain't no way he got 6 points, because if he is what do they say? He's the richest black dude in U.S. history. Like, think of the number one sneaker brand in the country for like the last 3 decades. And Kanye makes more than him? That's tough for me to wrap my brain around.
6.6 is a lot. You're right. 6.6 is a lot. I was thinking he definitely in billionaire status, and I could see Adidas giving him a nice little chunk of whatever to get him away from Nike. But 6.6 is a lot.
I just can't.
A lot of billions.
And like, I know this might, like, musicians don't make a ton of money. Mm-hmm. Like, it just straight up, like, the record doesn't make a lot of money. The touring makes a lot of money. The writer makes a lot of money. The producer makes a lot of money. But if you're just talking about art, you can find broke artists from the early 2000s virtually everywhere. Why do you think Rockaware existed? That was the start of Jay-Z getting out of music. Why do you think G-Unit clothing existed? Why do you think Sean John became a thing and Ciroc became a thing? And all of these, investment stuff that these guys were doing, it's because they ain't making no money doing hip hop.
Yeah, the money ain't in the music. Now I'll say this: Kanye, when you talked about those people who make money in an album or in a song, he does all of that.
Yeah,
so he does all of that. And I could be wrong. Don, he's in the chat. He could probably tell us. He probably owns all his masters, I would think.
I would guess. Sure. I would guess.
He's one of the people who makes a lot of music.
He probably does make good money on music. That's fair enough.
Yeah, and combine that with Adidas. But now that you've broken it down, the 6.6, that I don't know.
I don't know that we've ever gotten like a clear explanation as to how much money Michael Jordan makes. But again, I've only brought that up because the article attributed his partnership with Adidas and the Yeezy brand. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't compute. Like Yeezys have been around for a couple of years. The Jordan brand has been around for 30 plus. And it's like I can't make it work in my head yet. Yeah. See, I can't believe, I know I'm in a different era or whatever, but I can't believe, the Yeezys jumping over the jump, man. Like I just can't see that. Like it's not like people are buying Yeezys and not buying Jordans. Yeah, they're buying Yeezys. He's probably buying both. They still getting money. So I never understood that. Do you own a pair? Have you ever owned a pair? Yeah.
Nah. Some of those Yeezys I want to fool with. Now I don't know if I can, just because I'm not feeling yay like that. But a couple of them joints, I was like, I would rock those, and I heard they're unbelievably comfortable. I know Don's pointing out in the chat too. He's got a deal. Kanye's got a deal with the Gap also, but that's new. Like I don't. Again,
in retrospect, like I'm sure he does very well, but the richest black dude in history, I can't figure that out. Like I just can't figure that out.
Who was the black dude who paid for all those people's tuitions a couple years ago?
Michael Scott? Oh,
is that who that was?
No. That's a joke. That was a joke for my friends of the office. No, I don't.
You remember that? You don't remember that? No. I think it was Morehouse, and he was speaking at the Morehouse graduation, and he goes, "As my gift to you, I'm paying everybody's student loans here." And people like gasp, like, "What?" And he was dead serious. I'm paying all student loans.
Robert Smith.
That's who it was. Paid all student loans for that graduating class. He's got some billions.
Robert Smith isn't the one. Or am I thinking of Robert? No, I'm thinking of Robert. I think it's Robert Johnson who owned BET.
Robert Johnson, Bob Johnson, the Bobcats.
I knew Dr. Sheila Johnson. She owns the Washington Mystics. His ex-wife. Man, I can't imagine being at my college graduation and the speaker going, "I got you, fam. Like, I got you. You're good."
I'm looking at the speakers at my graduation sideways now. What y'all doing for me?
Yeah. Like, man, I don't want Cheryl from Elk Grove speaking at my graduation. She ain't got it like that. Like, who is the richest person we can get here? Who is the richest person that we can get in here?
And he just dropped that in the speech. Like, nobody knew that was coming. And he dropped that, and people were like, "Wait, what?"
Student loans are one of the most
a scam.
It's one of the biggest scams in American history.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not the biggest, certainly one of the biggest.
Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway. 4 topics, 2 arguments, no winners. One-on-one with D-Lo and KC.
Go to class and spend the next 10 years paying off your debt. 10 years if you get a good paying job, 20 if you don't, or you'll just die in student loan debt.
But you know what keeps me warm at night? That's right, those degrees.
Get a partnership with Adidas and you become a billionaire. All right, I think we got Rooney here. Before we get to this first question, it's about Joel Embiid. It's about the MVP race. I think Rooney had something here on Kanye and Jay-Z's Masters. Rooney, what's good, man?
Ronnie.
Oh, Ronnie, my bad.
Rooney. I wish I was leaving before that.
What's up, Ronnie?
So this is part of why Jay-Z and Kanye had the beef, man. Jay-Z owned Kanye's Masters. Jay-Z sold Kanye's Masters to Def Jam to get his own Masters back from Def Jam. Knowing Def Jam didn't sell them back to Kanye. So
that's right. That comes together a little bit. I recall that.
Now, Ronnie, you tell me this. The ironic thing about this is, isn't Kanye doing the same thing to the people on Good Music right now?
Exactly.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Amazing.
Music game is crazy, bro.
Amazing. Yeah. Right on, Ronnie. It sounds like you got a car full of kids, man. We appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with us. I don't know how the hell I got Rooney either. That's what it looks like on the board, man. But,
I got another update. Cheryl Nell Grove, she said she heard you.
Cheryl from Elk Grove, you paying off everybody's tuition?
She said, I heard that, D-Lo.
I love you, Cheryl from Elk Grove. We're changing the world together. We are changing the world together. And we'll start with the MVP race with Joel Embiid out. And, I mean, Philadelphia's putting a hell of a fight up. They had a tremendous game against the Milwaukee Bucks, so we're going to look a little bit different moving forward. We got to touch on that here real quick as well. But you want to come hang out with me now? LeBron James? League MVP with Joel out, probably for another week and some change. At best, he's out for another week and some change.
Well, I mean, we see in these situations here where the Sixers can't beat the elite teams without JoJo. So doesn't that bolster his MVP argument?
I don't think so, no. He's not available. He's not playing.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say they're struggling, but they may go on a little slide here.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he should be the MVP because his team stunk without him. There's a lot of MVPs that you could remove from their team, and their team stinks.
it helps bolster his argument here is what I'm saying.
But if LeBron is playing for the next 2 weeks and then through the season, that don't move you at all?
No, he's got an argument. I actually don't have a problem with anybody saying LeBron James is the MVP. I mean, it's one of those things. He could be the MVP every year. He's the best player in the game. His teams are typically one of, if not the best team in the league. So I completely get it. I'm just saying the Sixers, best record in the league for a long time, number one in the East with JoJo there. JoJo goes out. If they lose games like they did against Milwaukee continuously last night, doesn't that bolster Joel's argument? Is what I'm saying.
I don't think so. In my opinion, it does not.
Okay.
I mean, I was already kind of, I mean, what Joel Embiid was doing was pretty incredible. But if he misses 10, 11 games, something along those lines, maybe it won't be that much. Well, 2 weeks, it could be close to that.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a minute.
I don't know. I haven't heard a ton of the conversation. I think everyone's just kind of letting it play out a little bit. And I don't know. I don't know if they, or maybe your man's who he was talking about a few minutes ago. Maybe James Harden emerges is winning a second MVP.
Crazy.
I mean, the numbers are there.
Well, look here.
But I don't know if everyone will vote for him though. Whether he deserves it or not, whether he deserves it or not isn't a conversation. It's just whether people will vote for him.
And that's going to be a huge issue. Another huge issue of somebody who's not going to win it. Boy, Giannis.
Yeah.
Boy, Giannis is going 29, 11, and 6 right now. And it just no shot at winning. Crazy,
you really
right?
think it's no shot?
Because
he won't win 3 in a row?
They won't vote for him now. No shot at winning. 29, 11, and 6 for like a top 5 team in the league or something like that. It's crazy. That's great. And JT, maybe you help us out there, man. Jesse the Body. Is he having statistically a better season than he had the 2 previous MVP seasons?
I feel like he certainly started out the season like that. We'll get a.
He might have averaged 30 in one of those years. I'm not sure. He might have averaged 30. But I mean, look, LeBron has gotten his team back on track too after struggling a little bit without Anthony Davis there. He's picked it up. He's doing what he does. We got people in the chat talking about Dame Lillard needs MVP consideration. I can't even bet against that.
Okay.
I can't go against that. He's doing is big time now with a lot of injuries.
But we're not talking about we're not talking about consideration. I'm not talking about consideration. I'm talking about who's the front runner to win it now. If Joel is out for 10 to 12 games, I don't see how he winds up winning it. Like, is it like who like right now? If I say he's missed too many games, he can't win it. Like, who do you think is the MVP right now? Is it LeBron? Is it Giannis? Is it James Harden?
James Harden might have it.
See,
James Harden's going crazy right now.
I understand that. My question just is like, you don't think Giannis can win it because you don't think he can win it 3 times in a row. Having nothing to do with the way that he's playing, you don't think that he can win 3 times in a row. It's not. It has nothing to do with his performance this year. It's the reason LeBron James hasn't won an MVP in like a decade.
Yeah,
it's just people are tired of it. James Harden, similar but different in that I wonder, are people willing to forgive and forget what went on in Houston earlier this year? Not that it was super egregious and disgusting or outrageous or anything like that, but we all acknowledge he quit. He knows he quit. He got himself out of Houston. He's gotten to Brooklyn and he's played really well. There are some media members that are a little bit older. There are some media members that are a little bit more petty. There are some media members that just aren't willing to look past that one. And quite honestly, I don't know that I'd be willing to look past it if I had an MVP vote. Right now, my vote would be for LeBron James.
The ironic thing about this, and I probably hate this a little bit too, but LeBron James, I think he's the best player in the world. I think that's how it is. But we really... You, Damien, are going to give LeBron James the MVP when his team is the 4th best team in the league record-wise?
Yeah, like they're the 4th best team in the league record-wise, and isn't LeBron doing it all by himself? Isn't this kind of like the flip of your Embiid argument? Like,
Well, they've dropped since AD has gone out. They had like the first or second best record in the league. When LeBron got by himself, they've dropped now to 4.
So they're 1 win lower without Anthony Davis for the last 12 games than Philadelphia is right now, and Joel's only missed a couple games. So LeBron's been doing his part here with Anthony Davis away, and it's not like he has it's not like the Lakers have this horrible record. Like they're as good as the top team in the East, the 2 top teams in the East, and they're a few games back from where Utah is. In a couple games, 1 game back from Phoenix. So it's a bit misleading, but
no, I hear you.
It's accurate. It's just a bit misleading.
Well, we're going to go to the rest of our one-on-ones, but Roddy on the chat said something where LeBron has been stiffed on a few MVPs. He's due. Maybe later. Can we go through that a little bit?
Okay.
Can we go through that?
Because Roddy, the producer, setting the show up. I like it. I love it. LeBron stiffed on MVPs.
Because it's almost like it has a little Russell Wilson to it, where people are like, Russell Wilson, can't believe he's never won an MVP or gotten an MVP vote. And when you go year by year, I've heard people do it. Probably accurate that he hasn't gotten an MVP vote, considering the people who won the years that he was in argument. It's probably spot on. I think LeBron has a little bit of that in him, even though he has been the best player in the game for a long time. But we'll talk about it later. I like it. But we're not done with LeBron, because LeBron James is out here making money moves, as my girl Cardi B would say. Los Angeles Lakers star LeBron James is joining Fenway Sports Group as a partner, giving him an ownership stake in its subsidiaries that include the Boston Red Sox, Liverpool Football Club, Roche Fenway Racing, I think that's how you say that, and Regional Sports Network, Nesson. LeBron, 36, already owns 2% of Liverpool, the current English Premier League championship. Him and Maverick Carter now join the Red Sox ownership group. My question to you, Damian, first, I just wanted to give a shout out to LeBron for making those type of moves. I mean, salute to him. That is big time stuff. But my question to you, Damian, is it inevitable? Is it a foregone conclusion that he's going to own an NBA team one day?
That's a good one. I don't want to say it's a foregone conclusion, but yeah, I feel like that's where we're going. I mean, Jordan did it. It took Jordan a while. He partnered with Bob Johnson first, and then he eventually bought him out and owns the rest of the Hornets. But yeah, it feels like, not that Jordan was bad. He absolutely was not. He was phenomenal. I feel like Jordan. And this will piss everybody off. I feel like LeBron, not just on the basketball floor, I feel like LeBron, the businessman, is also the evolution of Michael Jordan. If LeBron, the basketball player, is the evolution of Michael Jordan, LeBron, the businessman, may very well be the evolution of Michael Jordan. And he started getting involved with this stuff when he was 18 years old. He started getting involved in this stuff right out the gate when he signed that first deal with Nike. I think once Jordan got going a little bit, he got the Nike thing, and then along came Gatorade, along came McDonald's, along came all those other things, and then his equity stake in Charlotte and all of that. But I yes, the answer is definitively yes. I think inevitably LeBron James owns a team.
I think he does too. I think that's just like you said.
LeBron might own a football team one day, bro.
He might. I just for fun, what team do you think he would own?
Whichever.
I don't think it could be Cleveland.
You don't think so?
I don't think Gilbert would ever.
I think he would.
You think he would sell to LeBron?
I do. I know people.
Wow.
I know that that stuff is still always there, but I do think ultimately he would do it.
Well, if he would, I think that would be the number one choice.
But I don't mean, but I hope Dan Gilbert's not well, right? Like, isn't he?
I didn't know nothing about that. I don't know.
Maybe he's better now. I feel like he was sick, like really, really sick for a while, and it was kind of like something that was kind of, okay. But if I'm wrong, and maybe I'm wrong, if he's okay, is around for a while, because LeBron's not buying a team or entertaining buying a team. I don't think he's going to retire and then purchase a team the next day. Like, this is something that's going to take time.
I was going to say about that, what if it's expansion? What if it's Vegas? What if it's Seattle? He gets in the group.
Sure, but he can't do it while he's playing.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think none of that's going to happen within the next 5 years or so.
Okay.
So
I can see
it might be just like that. I'm retiring from the NBA. I own the Las Vegas whoever's.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. And it's not like the Shaq ownership of the Sacramento Kings either. It's like the real ownership.
Every opportunity.
He owns it.
Every opportunity. Hey, remember when LeBron was an idiot for putting his boys on, his posse on to help go through his business ventures? Remember when he
I don't remember that, but I sure do remember when people were saying it. I sure do remember when people were saying it.
What is this kid doing?
Most powerful agent in the NBA.
Putting his boys on who have no experience. It's going to be a failure.
Mm-hmm. It hasn't worked out for anybody.
Now he owns three franchises. Wow.
And Maverick been right there along with him.
Yes, he has.
Let's leave with this one. Deuce Mo said to join us here in a second. Do you think the Seahawks draft a quarterback this year, this draft, like a month from now when we're on the air for 8 hours? Do you think that they draft a quarterback?
I don't think so. I get the question. I don't think so, though. Okay. I think much like, well, even more so, I think, than the 49ers, they got too many holes to be messing around with a quarterback this year.
They are flawed. They are terribly, terribly, terribly flawed. We'll step out. We'll come back. Deuce and Mo set to join us as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch. Tap in. Watch Deuce and Mo with us here. It's twitch.tv/ESPN1320. It's the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. You can listen to us on radio.com and, of course, on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All good, baby. It was all a dream.
Yeah, salute King James. Salute King James.
I used to read Word Up magazine.
Salt and pepper. Oh my gosh. Yeah, just let the MVP go. That's awesome. Damien, Jesse, are you familiar with the Right On magazine or Word Up magazine? Oh, it's an actual.
No, it's a real magazine.
Yeah, we would go to our 7-Eleven. Oh, new Word Up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I had that Motorola two-way. Y'all know about that.
Motorola two-way page me. I didn't have that though. I didn't have the two-way page.
I never had the Rolodex.
I never had the Rolodex. Now you're dating us a little bit.
Marshall's trash talking in the group chat.
Where are you at?
Remember when y'all told me the Hawks weren't going to make the playoffs and I tried to explain in an elementary fashion why they will? I want an apology tomorrow. Look at this new setup. Hold on. Let's clear the banner. Clear the banner. Look at these two. Look at that. Look at that setup.
We'll upgrade, trying some new things.
Still working on it, though.
The bacon's already been fed.
Oh, my bad. I'm like, what the hell
Make a run. What's going on?
What is that?
That is Kenny.
That's ESPN in the background.
I see.
You can't have ESPN open in the background.
I said it's Deuce
when you
Mo.
got to pot it up.
What is going on?
Oh, yeah, we're just trying to, spice some things up. I got sick of that background, and Morgan's like, yeah, let me tweak some things.
Yeah.
Let's move. We're gonna add some more too.
The first thing I saw, when I first saw it, the thing that I was immediately like, their bodies are now disproportioned to the background. It's like you're lower, and I was like, I can't get comfortable with it. It took me a couple of shows to really. Oh, the artwork looks incredible.
We'll be higher up. We just don't have the chairs. Will be here early April. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now the chairs are like here, but they'll be more.
Yeah.
One thing that bugs me is Kenny is higher than I am. So it looks like it's like this. And so I just look like this small little person doing a show. And then there's, Kenny.
I'm with you. Like, I hate when things don't look straight, when things look that's why seriously being on these chairs bothers the hell out of me. But the chairs are ordered.
I try to change something I might move. I have like this L-shaped desk that you could see right here. I might move it so it's like this because I want the background cleaner behind me. And I
Yes.
like it'll look like when you walk in the room, it'll look ridiculous, but the camera will look better. I feel like my background will look better.
Isn't it weird how that death look? Because this desk is now in the middle of the room, and the room is now, when I say room, it's a square, and it's now empty except with desk in the middle of the room and that. So
You could just get a
looks
couch
great.
and a plain wall behind you. and
you
everything.
could. Who's gonna sit there?
Just wait till you see his new studio.
Oh no, is he gonna look good?
When it's taken care of, yeah, it's gonna look fine.
It's going to be fantastic. I don't want to spoil where it's going to be in his house, but it's going to be pretty awesome.
And I don't have a basement.
The garage?
Jazz going to have to do some work. No, it's going to be in a bathroom.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What do you mean in the bathroom?
In my master bathroom.
Well, I'll
big bathroom.
Yeah.
I got a big explanation into all of this when I came to visit. Like they're remodeling their bathroom like later, so it's basically an empty space, right?
Yeah.
All right, hang on, guys. We're coming back. Appreciate y'all for being here with us. Hope you're watching along at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. You can take part in the chat there. You can see Deuce and Mo here live with us. Or, of course, if you're listening on radio.com, no worries. If you got to get out of the car, whatever it is, just put us in your pocket, put us in your earbuds. Take us wherever you go. Welcome in Deuce and Mo of the Deuce and Mo podcast. Guys, what's happening?
How you doing, man?
How was night chat after a Kings W last night?
I was talking to Maureen about this last night. I feel like you had the start of the season, which had excitement, right? Then you had like chaos, like, oh, they're struggling. Then they win 7 of 8. Everyone's all pumped up. Then everyone's angry. And I feel like we've reached a point in the season where people are just like, it's a game.
Yeah, like
They're not even mad.
There's no real point really to anything. So people are just feeling like, it's just there. It's there for me to watch if I feel like it. So that's the kind of vibe I'm getting right now.
You guys, everybody, we saw De'Aaron Fox put the team on his back. They got a win. I know this is going to sound crazy because I waved the white flag 2 days ago.
Oh,
they're still there, the 10 spot. I mean,
you got to give up this whole like playing thing. It's not happening, man. It's just
not happening. But they are like 2 games back, and they're behind Memphis.
With this team, would that genuinely excite you?
First of all, somebody's on our Google account. Second of all,
I sent her that because I'm serious. Like if the Kings make the 10th spot, but finish with like a game worse than last year, because the conference stinks. The conference isn't particularly good, especially the bottom. Because it was 72 games last year, right? And it looks like we're going to get 72 games this year. If they finish a game worse and they get into the play-in game, and I know that game is going to be exciting. I'm not denying that at all. I don't want to take away from the moment. I don't want to take away from any of that. But do you feel better? Like, do you think, okay, now we're on the right track, we've got something going here?
Better than what?
Then getting into that spot, feeling legitimate, I guess.
Better than
being better than last year.
Or yes.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to be. I'm not popping champagne. I'm not going crazy. But if you ask me,
we got some? If you,
we do have. We got that champagne on deck. Shout out to my people, Bel Air, all my McQueen people, all that. But I feel better than the end of last year.
Okay, here's the thing, Kenny. We don't get excited when you're that far below 500. We don't even talk about playing when you're 4-13 in your last 17 games. This thought shouldn't even be crossing your mind. They're not playing good enough basketball. Look, last night was fun. Last night was great. Fox, trust me, I get excited about Fox, big picture stuff. But the reality is, late in the game, what happened? They gagged the game. They almost threw it away. They literally almost threw it away. They did some of the same stuff that we've seen on this road trip. All 3 games of this road trip, they've had double-digit leads, they've blown them all. And luckily, Fox came up big last night, but I don't want to hear about play-in or playoff when you're not winning enough games.
And I will say this too, Kenny, because obviously we've seen a lot of teams in this league lose double-digit leads, so we're seeing a lot more of that. These teams obviously shooting a lot more threes. It's easier to get back in the game and everything, but it's the way this team loses these leads. And it's so consistent. It's the most consistent thing that they have going for them right now.
I understand in the grand scheme of things what Deuce is saying and what you guys are saying. But at the end of the day, they're like 2.5 games out of 10. Like the Pelicans, who are a game better than the Kings, are like 1 game out of 10. Should they not talk about the 10th seed? Like, I get what you're saying, but like, they're actually right there. It's like if they played a terrible game. It's like if they played a terrible game, but they get down to 10 seconds left and they're down 2. Should we not talk about winning the game because they've been so terrible? No.
And guess what? They're probably talking about getting into that 10th seed. They're probably talking about getting into that whatever game it's called, playing game. They're probably talking about getting that playing game because they're competitors and that's what they're supposed to be doing. It's their job. But as someone from the outside watching this kind of basketball, that's where I go, it wouldn't excite me if they got into that spot.
It would excite me is if they were around 500, like getting to 5. Like, to me, you're a losing team. You're 8 games below 500. It's one of the most irritating things when I hear fans, "Oh, we're the 8th seed." I'm like, yeah, but you're below 500. I mean, you're a losing team. I don't want to hear anything about you turning the corner when you are below 500. That's an important mark to me. And, they're not near that. If they start inching closer to that, they start playing some great basketball where it's like, okay, the defense isn't terrible. They're not 30th. Now they're 22nd. There's improvement there. Then yeah, I'd be encouraged by it. But like right now, it's everyone's in the mix because of this. I mean, when you have a league where they're allowing a play-in game, that means 20 teams in some sort of playoff type format. Of course, there's going to be a lot of teams in the mix right now. Like, how many teams could you say today are completely out of it? Minnesota, yeah, and Houston. That's about it. But that, to me, it's misleading. And if you're front office, if you're coaching staff, you have to understand that when it comes to how you approach the roster, how you distribute minutes, all of that stuff.
No, I mean, I agree, but that's the rules of the game. Like, and don't say, well, you're 10 games below 500, so even though you are the 10th seed, you can't be in the play. That's not the rules. The rules are, if you're the 10th, you get in.
I wasn't arguing about. I wasn't arguing about getting in. I was more arguing about, like, do you feel good about this team if they're worse than they were last year, if their record is worse than they were last year, but because of the nature of the conference, like you just said, Kenny, you get into the play-in game. And
I mean, like I said, I'm not popping no Bel Air for that. I'll pop it, just in general. But yeah, you feel better than you feel last year for that. You accomplished something. Like for them to get into that 10th spot, they have to be doing something right. They're not going to be able to play like they are right now.
Or, I mean, they could be, or everybody else could be doing something wrong, and I think that's part of the equation too. And that's what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about Memphis, New Orleans, Oklahoma City. It's not exactly, watch out, we really think this team is going to turn it around. It's like, no, they're kind of just as bad as the Kings, so who's really going to take advantage this final 30-some-odd games, Mo?
And Damian, going off of what you said, it's other teams doing stuff wrong. Even watching last night's game, I was excited about De'Aaron Fox's steals and everything that he was doing on the court, so I don't want to take anything away from it. I'm watching back on his steals, and it's really what the Wizards were doing wrong. They were just passing it into his hands. Obviously, his hands up. They're in the passing lane. He's being more active. A lot of the Kings defense, they absolutely were. But at the same time, it was just terrible mistakes made by the Wizards too. And that just goes to the points of, like you're saying, how many teams are just doing things wrong.
Yeah. I get that. But you guys, if they made it into the 10th seed, they may not be playing like Phoenix Suns level basketball, but you have to do something right to get there. Like, they can't play how they're playing now and be a 10th seed. If everybody lost all their games, they still wouldn't be a 10th seed, right?
I guess my point is it's hard to entertain this discussion when they're 3-14 in their last. I mean, Who have they beaten recently since break? What, Houston?
Thank God.
And
Thank God.
yeah. I mean, we're not talking about like some crazy stretch here. So,
Yeah.
and the game before the All-Star break, right? They beat the Lakers without all their guys. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, I would love for them to turn it on and see. I mean, if Fox is playing well and he's able in the final 30 whatever games to lead that team and they're showing promise, of course, I would be a little more excited about it. But it's hard to envision that right now, right? Like, what gives you? I know the standings say they're in it, but what gives you any level of confidence of like, yeah, I mean, there's still a chance they could turn it around. Like, how are they going to do that?
I waved a white flag the other day. I don't think the season.
It wasn't the other day. It was yesterday. You were like, I'm done.
But the question was, if they got there, would you be excited? Yeah, why not?
I mean, you'd be excited for the moment. I just don't know what I don't know what that tells you about the future of this team if you're worse. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, our radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. Yeah. Deuce and Mo with the Deuce and Mo podcast with us here on ESPN 1320. You can check out the Deuce and Mo podcast, available on the Be Heard platform, available wherever you get podcasts on Apple, Spotify, Google Play. Just search Be Heard or search Deuce and Mo. What stood out to you, good or bad, the most about last night's game?
To me, it is De'Aaron. Like, to Kenny's point, if he's going to take that next step, what have we said? He's got to be able to be a consistent shooter, and he's got to be able to get to the free throw line and make his free throws. Last night, you go 11 for 13 from the free throw line. There's a reason the last 10 games, it's like close to 30 points a game for him. And you talk about if he gets to the point where he's just like a decent free throw shooter, that unlocks so much, not only for his game, but for the Kings.
Yeah, I'm totally with Deuce on that. It's De'Aaron Fox. Not only what he was doing throughout the game, but you guys, look what he did on that final play. He had the confidence to pull up and shoot that shot.
That was nasty.
On Bradley Beal. And it shows, again, Deuce and I were talking about this last night and being like, well, if he missed it, are we saying it's a bad shot because he didn't go all the way to the rack? But it doesn't matter. He made it, and he needs to also be shooting those shots to develop that part of his game, to become clutch, to understand that if he becomes that threat from not only at the end of games, but from the outside going in, he's just going to be completely unstoppable on the offensive end.
That was a big time shot, man. And that was good to see. And like Deuce talked about him making the free throws, that had me just as excited as anything else that I saw last night. Tyrese Halliburton coming back and playing well. That was something that really stood out to me last night. I was glad to see that because I was getting worried about the rook, not in the long term, but I just wanted to see him start to play a little bit better coming off that injury. So hopefully last night gives him a little bit of a boost to get back to how he was when he was a little Magic.
Yeah, it was also good to see him in the starting lineup. Morgan on the other night chat goes, hey, what if they put Kojo in there?
I thought
no, put Halliburton in. Do not even say that. And I
thought that's where he was going to go.
There may have been a person or two concerned heading into last night's game that in an ultimate move to troll everybody, Cory Joesph, who did play 25 minutes last night.
His defense was, when I saw him out there, he was pretty solid out there.
Yeah, it's fun. It's no, this is very positive Cory Joesph time for everyone.
Because Kenny always has to take it to the next level. Like, Cory knocked down some shots and maybe he had a nice defensive possession, but he was still getting blown by for sure.
The ones that stood out to me was when Russ tried to get him on the block and he was battling Russ.
Yeah.
At the end of the game, there was no resistance to Russell Westbrook. None.
No,
I guess that's how low the bar is, where somebody just puts up a little resistance. I'm like, all right, that's not bad. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, it's difficult to guard a straight line drive from just anyone in the league, but then from one of the fastest players in the league, it's almost impossible.
One of the greatest players of all time. Also, you guys mentioned Tyrese Halliburton in the starting lineup. I do want to point out, because we talked about good and bad. We with the lineup with De'Aaron, Tyrese, that's what we wanted. Rashawn, Harrison Barnes, Buddy Hield is there. You just take it, you go along with it. There's no Marvin Bagley. We don't know what this roster is going to look like a week from now, but they were outscored 74-42 in the paint. I don't think that I get the feeling with this lineup that could be a trend moving forward. What do you guys think?
I think so, and I think it goes to what we see out of Marvin. For as hot of a topic as he is, if you watch, I mean, the guy runs the floor like really hard. He gets so many easy touches inside. He's active around the glass, trying to get second chance opportunities, and removing him from that, like that, they're not going to score as many points in the paint. And they had been like near the top of the NBA last month. I think they were number one this month in points in the paint, like 62.5 per game, which is a really high mark. But yeah, the resistance last night wasn't there either defensively. I mean, 73 points in the paint.
And that's what I was going to say. You look at that, like, where's the presence? Where's the defensive presence in the key, in the paint? Because obviously we've seen what kind of perimeter defense the Kings have. A lot of these guys can't even stay with the guys. They ride their hip, and then this guy's in the paint. But someone has to step up. It's team basketball. You got to help. And there's just not a lot of help, not a lot of presence felt in the key. And so I'm looking at this trade deadline, and I'm looking at things, I think we all are, what the Kings need and everything. And you look at someone like Richaun Holmes, who I absolutely love, but is going to be a free agent. You don't know if the Kings are going to be able to spend money on him. And you look at maybe trying to find a way to add some size and utilize him as a valuable asset coming up to this trade deadline. I just think it's something you got to look at.
Yeah. You gotta make a decision on what you're gonna do with Richaun Holmes. Are you gonna kind of give him the bag maybe at all costs? You know, even if somebody drives up the price on you,
right?
Or if you're gonna do that, cool, then you bring him around. But as much as I love Richaun Holmes and I don't want him to go anywhere, if you like have a price that you not confident going over, I agree with Morgan. You gotta look to possibly move him.
Well, and that's the problem they face right now with all the contracts that they have, right? If you hold on to Barnes, if you can't move Hield, you have Fox's deal that kicks in next. You can't re-sign Richaun Holmes without like going over the tax, and you're not going over the tax with this team. Like you can't. That would be ridiculous to do. So they got to figure some stuff out with that. Like we don't know what Monty feels about Richaun Holmes. Is that the type of big he wants? Like, is that, I don't know. I mean, I like Richaun. He plays hard, and I think he's taken a step this year, even with his rim protection, helping on the weak side. He's scoring more than he's ever had. He plays with an edge and toughness, something that this team doesn't really have. But how much is that worth?
And just to add to that really quick, I think for mismatches, you're looking at some of these big guys that the Sacramento Kings play, even in Alex Len, and it's like, you got to have some size to be able to go up against these the matchups. And you look at Hassan Whiteside, and that's the body you want, but you want someone who can still add a little bit more. Obviously, it's hard to find a big that can do a little bit of everything that's already in this league, but that's the kind of direction that the Kings need to go in.
For those not familiar with the show, Kenny, the bag is a term we use in the culture that doesn't have a defined value to it. We just know that it's a lot. And I think that's in it. You said we don't know what Monty McNair thinks of Richaun Holmes. I'm curious what the league thinks of Richaun Holmes. Like, what is, and this is something Kenny and I and people in the chat, it's something we've been talking about here for the last couple of days, is what do you think Richaun's value is across the league?
And it's tough because you've seen the last couple of years, bigs haven't been getting paid a ton of money if you are a big who can't shoot. And it's not like Richaun Holmes is stepping out and launching threes all the time. Like, that's just not his game at this point. Can he develop? I don't know. I mean, he shot some threes back in the time in Philly, and I don't know, during training camp, that was a point of discussion. Like, ooh, could we see Richaun hit some threes this year? He really hasn't taken any. So I'm guessing that's probably not something that Sacramento wants him to do at this point. But yeah, I don't know. Like, we talk about what he can't do, but you could tell he could help a team. But how much is that worth on the open market? Are we talking like, is that 15 million, or is that more like he's like a $10 million dude? I don't know.
I feel like the way that he does play the game and what he adds in so many different levels, just even his work ethic, you can see the way that he grinds on the court, but he's disciplined as well, whether it's in a screen and roll, whether it's him running his lane up and down the court. Like, you want that type of player, because that's the type of player that just can keep getting better, especially if you have a system already in place. So I see a team, specific teams wanting a guy like Rashawn Holmes. I don't think it's the same all around the league of being like, this is kind of who he is as like a broad definition. I think it's just certain systems and certain teams.
Again, how much are you willing to pay for that?
Yeah.
I think a team like Brooklyn, you'd be perfect in Brooklyn. And I think Boston, as opposed to Harrison Barnes, which I'm not exactly sure why they're so enamored with Harrison Barnes. But I think Rashawn Holmes will be a lot better in Boston.
Yeah, I agree. I think I know that Daniel Tice has been playing a lot better, and it's just they have a lot of there's a liability defensively to having some of their bigs come out. Obviously, Tristan Thompson has also been playing well, but he's another guy. He can't really come out. Neither can Daniel Tice. Where Rashawn Holmes, I'm not saying that like I trust him to come out every single time on any guard, but he's definitely capable of keeping up with the guard.
And Boston's in a weird spot. Like, we keep talking about Harrison Barnes. If they add Barnes, are they positioning themselves to be at the same level as Brooklyn? Like, no. Or Philly? Like, I don't see it. So
they're not even at the same level of the Milwaukee Bucks, who just got PJ Tucker.
Right.
So that's my thing, is like they're at 20-20 right now. It's not really clicking. I know Smart's just coming back from injury, but they've been so up and down. I don't see a move out there that you go, okay, now Boston's back.
Well,
like what is that?
I mentioned this to Deuce last night, and I said it wouldn't be a right now thing, but what about in the future? You even look at someone like Aaron Gordon. Like, that's a big guy that can do a lot more. Maybe coming back from injury, he's even shooting a little better. He's doing things a little quicker if he had some good rehab, or they can just obviously wait until the offseason to look at someone like Aaron Gordon because he wants out of Orlando.
Well, see, the thing that I think about with Boston, and I don't understand why I don't understand why they want Harrison Barnes, is unless they're willing to give up one of those starters, they're not. Harrison Barnes isn't even playing in the clutch. He's not even going to the floor. You got Kimball, you got Smart, you got Brown and Tatum, and they need a big. That's why I keep saying Rashawn Holmes. But I'm not sure why. I mean, because he's a good player, I understand that, but I wouldn't trade for anybody that I don't think is going to be in there at the end of the game, unless, like I said, maybe they're willing to give up Smart. Obviously, they're not willing to give up Tatum or Brown. So I don't know where it's coming from.
We don't think this about teams like Boston, but Boston could also be looking to the future with Harrison Barnes too. As weird as that might sound for Kings fans who are trying to get rid of him because of the future, they could be looking at him like, let's look at a broader. I know this is a foreign concept to the Sacramento Kings and maybe some of their fans. Some teams look forward to what they're going to do with their free agents and guys who might not be back with them, and they could be looking at this. Harrison Barnes, a lot of the pros for Harrison being a King is the declining contract. He's 28 years old. Maybe he's not going to put us in the league of Brooklyn now or Milwaukee now, but if we get him, we can add these pieces here in the offseason and implement this plan if we have him here locked up for a couple of more years. So
I think that's exactly it. I mean, I totally, because I'm sure Ainge is thinking about that. They're 20-20. Like, there's no move right now that is going to make them contend this year.
Unless you can get 23 on the Laker uniform, that's about it.
Right.
It's not happening.
Like, why not position yourself? And that's, you mentioned Barnes. That could be the same thing with Aaron Gordon. You know, I've been down on Aaron Gordon. He's still young, and has he ever played with like a good guard in his life?
Scenery, needs a new.
I mean, I could see someone taking a chance on someone like him, and maybe he could thrive with Boston.
What do you guys think about Barnes in general for the Kings? I mean, me and Damian talk about it all the time. I don't see a good reason to get rid of him. He's 28 years old. He's got a relatively good contract, and people always talk about the timeline and not matching up. Well, the timeline shouldn't be 12, 23-year-olds. Like, that's not you need to
understood that talk, man. It's like, how old is Rashawn Holmes? He's like 27, 28. How old is Buddy Hield? He's 28. Like, Doug Christie was 30 when he came to Sacramento. Like, that doesn't matter as much. We're not talking. Sometimes I feel like we talk as if Harrison Barnes is 36.
Right. Feels that way sometimes, but you look, he's 28.
It does. I know a lot of people are always like, man, he's been in the league a long time. It's like, no, he's just that old soul kind of guy. And he's that vet that anybody can utilize on their team because he's such a good guy on the court, off the court. He has those leadership skills. He has that work ethic. And that's why I see Harrison Barnes as a great piece for the Sacramento Kings future. But in these last few weeks, with the Kings being this losing team, it is tempting looking at him being this valuable asset and actually selling high on him is the only reason why I've been like, ooh, maybe that's the direction you go. But I go back and forth on it because I would love to have him on this squad with different pieces around him and De'Aaron and Halliburton. I think it would be a smart decision for the Kings in their culture to keep him on the team.
I agree.
Kenny wanted some Justin. Do you guys got time to hang out a little bit, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Kenny wanted some Justin James minutes yesterday. We got 18 of them. Like, what do you think Justin James' place could be with this team? You know, he talked about, I've been around this team for 2 years. Like, just because you haven't seen me on the floor, like I've been in practice. I've been around these guys, and I feel like he's making the most of his minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he's played a total of 94 minutes this year. Last couple of games is really the most he's played, right? And I think there's still a question like, what is he? I mean, he spent a lot of time in college. He comes in, he showed some moments a little bit in his first year. I think the last couple of games, he's filled this void of an energy guy. He's handsy, he's athletic, he's kind of a pest out there. And you need those type of guys on your team, especially for a team whose bench has been just dreadful this year.
And I remember in the draft when he was coming from Wyoming, everyone was talking about him. Man, he's the best player on that team. When teams play against him, they are double teaming him, triple teaming him because he was capable of just getting everything done for his team. And now that he's not the best player, it's like he kind of has to find his groove, his rhythm in this league. And what I really like about him is that I feel like you're seeing a little bit of development. Obviously not much because you're not seeing many minutes from him. But I'm sure what coaches are even seeing in practice is that confidence, is that development. And they're like, hey, we can move forward with this.
When I say I wanted Justin James, I don't look at him as any kind of franchise changing guy or nothing like that. But there's a certain level of energy that he brings, a certain level of toughness. He's not afraid to stick his nose in there. And I'm sure both of you guys see it. Once again, he's not like this defensive stopper, but there's energy with his defense when he's out there that is working on that team. Like I talk all the time about making contact with the offense side, and the kids rarely, if ever, make contact. It sounds crazy to even fathom, but rarely, if ever, make contact with anybody on offense when they're defending. Justin James, he guarding somebody at the top of the key. He's got that forearm in their ribs, with the hand out. He's making contact. He's doing little stuff. It reminds me of who was it Mika a couple of years ago? Was that his name?
Eric Mika, sure, the big fella.
And set a screen, and we were like, "Oh my gosh, did you see he set a screen?" Like that's how I feel with Justin James. Like, oh my goodness, he's got his forearm on his hip. Oh my God, Office! It's happening! It's happening!
Look at you making an Office reference. Look at you, KC.
You know what I mean? But he brings that in. It's refreshing to see him. Like I said, not a whole lot of minutes, 12 minutes, maybe 15 if he's really rolling. But I'm anxious to see what he can bring to the table.
Kenny's ready to see him in a playing game.
Yeah.
Give us defense minutes.
Deuce Mo with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Hey, maybe you guys know the answer to this. No one else. Why does Luke Walton hate Daquan Jeffries?
I made a joke that I thought he might have died or something. Yeah, I don't know why Jeffries isn't playing, to be honest. I mean, I've
frustrating. Right?
I just hope like after the trade deadline, that's when you start seeing those guys get some run. Like, give me some Justin James. Throw him in there for 10 games, with some consistent minutes. Same with Jeff, like get him some minutes. And I'm not exactly sure what the problem is there.
Yeah, you can't really fully develop your NBA caliber game if you're not going to get those reps and see those minutes. And you see those flashes with Daquan Jeffries that it's like it's there. Let him have those minutes. Like, what is he? He works his ass off. Like, why? How is he not earning those minutes at practice? Again, we're not at practice, so who knows? But I'm sure it's just something else that Luke wants to do with this rotation.
It's literally the most baffling thing that I've seen from this team this year, as far as like coaching and decision making. Once again, not saying Daquan will come in there and average 20, but no minutes. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially when he had him. That's the it's like it was here and then it was like, okay, a little less. Okay, now it's like 8. Okay, 5. All right, forget it. Just don't play him anymore. It's like, wait, I never saw anything that was like that bad.
no minutes for a team that goes 7 deep. Like, you actually need people out there, and you can't get it. I don't understand it.
Yeah, and maybe it's like, hey, they're just getting Bielitsa some minutes, and he plays some fours sometimes. Like I don't know. Like before the deadline, they're trying to get him some run. I don't know. I
feel like
I've
there's
been wondering the
something-
same thing.
There's something that we don't know. And when I say, I'm not talking about with just Daquan Jeffries. I feel like it's with Bielitsa. It's obviously with Whiteside. Like there's stuff we don't know, and I think that's kind of screwing with the rotation. But I'm just assuming that because it's baffling, like you're saying.
What was the slogan this year? Like, look to the past, or like that should be the Sacramento Kings slogan. There's something you don't know. That's how you sell season tickets next year when we could get back. Sacramento Kings, there's something you don't know.
Can I ask you a question that I asked Damien and I asked people in the chat and all the people of Sacramento? You got 2 scenarios here. You lose a lot to get a top 5 pick, or you finish, you make a little bit of a push, you finish outside the 10, but De'Aaron Fox routinely has moments like he had last night where he puts the team on the back. What's more important to you guys in those 2 scenarios?
Development.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because we know how stacked this draft could be, but I also think the NBA has taken big time steps that it's not as easy to tank anymore, right? Like just because you get the worst record, you're not going to necessarily have the best odds to get the number 1 pick. We've seen teams that haven't finished with the worst record or the 3 worst records, and they missed out on getting like a top 3 pick before. So to me, if they start playing well all of a sudden, like let's just say they do make a trade and it opens up time for some other guys to get minutes, and Fox is playing out of his mind and they're making a little bit of a push, but like those things matter to me. And then you go, well, hopefully we get a good pick. And if this draft is deep, maybe we could still get it something in the top 10 and go from there. I don't know. It really, like you said, it depends on the context of it. If Fox is playing well, if Halliburton's like, oh man, he's dropping 20 a night and it's looking real right now, then yeah, I think I would go that route. I think this team and Fox needs to feel some winning.
Yes.
We're talking about his 4th year in the league. I think that stuff matters. And I know everyone's talking about you got to get a top 5 pick. You got to get a top 5 pick. You know what? You got to
draft right.
Well, you got to draft right, but you got Halliburton at 12 and you love him. Okay. And then you got Marvin Bagley at 2. So like
it really, I think it's interesting how people just see stars when they look at the draft and these, especially the first round. Oh man, you got these first round picks are so important. Are they really important? It really just depends on how you scout and how you look at players and how you actually understand what your team needs. And it's important too, if you're looking at a guy and going, oh, he's smart, he has a high basketball IQ, he's going to be a 4-year plan. We were talking about how like the Celtics can do that because the Celtics have also built this great base that now they're capable, well, they were capable of drafting guys that could have that 4-year plan. Now they're kind of losing a little bit of that momentum because they need to make sure that they have enough to utilize some of these best years with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. But I think like a team like the Kings, again, every Kings fan hates the P word, patience, but at the same time, you should want your front office to be drafting guys to develop guys.
The other thing too, I would say is like if they did make some, let's just say, they trade Harrison Barnes, and obviously they'll become a worse team because of it, right? Like this year, they will not be as good if Harrison Barnes is not on the team. And if they were losing because they're giving Woodard some more minutes or, Ramsey's getting some run, I wouldn't be mad at that because, again, you're developing it,
Yes.
But if we start getting into a stretch where it's like, yeah, De'Aaron Fox is, he's not playing the next 5 games. I don't like that type of stuff. If you're doing it, you're getting some guys some minutes and losing in the process, but it seems like guys are growing. I'm fine with that. But the old school, like, yeah, we're going to sit all of our guys. Buddy's resting tonight. Fox is resting Holmes. And hey, let's just throw out a G League roster and see how it does. I don't like that.
Nah, go ahead,
Sorry,
man.
Casey.
No, I was going to say I'm with you guys. I mean, I think nobody has championed this upcoming draft more than I have. I love a bunch of guys, and all those guys in the top 5. But at the end of the day, I think it's more important to see De'Aaron Fox do things like he did last night and do what he did against New Orleans and against Indiana, those type of moments leading to a win. He's a strong dude. He's a strong dude. I think he's headstrong. I don't want to think that, maybe he's mentally weak or something, but do you guys see a little bit of all this wearing on him a little bit? Like when I see him in interviews, I see him after games, he's not really, he's like, yeah, we won. Like we finally won. Like I'm not really here to talk about, oh, great game or whatever. Like it's not, a little bit of joy is starting to get sucked out of him. And I don't want to see that continue.
No, Kenny, I think it's this. It's, they've won some games recently where they haven't played that great,
Yes.
right? Like it's just, and I actually kind of like that. I don't want them to start, because I feel like in Sacramento sometimes like they win 4 in a row and they think, yeah, we turned it around, right? Playoffs, baby, let's go. I want a guy to be a little upset after like, hey, Washington last night, like be happy you won the game, but like also don't lose sight. Like, hey, what happened in that 7.5-minute stretch in the fourth quarter where we didn't have a field goal?
Yeah.
Like
Again,
how did that happen?
again.
Yeah. Like, so
Crazy.
I want Fox to feel, but I'm with you. I've noticed that too. It doesn't seem like he's as fired up, but you shouldn't be fired up when you're 16-24. You shouldn't be just happy. You should be like, I'm hungry and I'm pissed off. That's what I want to see.
That's one thing. And then another thing, I truly believe that he just has a different personality too. Like he's just a different guy. Like I've done some basketball clinics with him and everything, and he's pretty mellow and he has that same kind of personality everywhere he goes. And so sometimes I even see it on the floor, and that's when I'm like, no, you need to spice that up. Like I want to see a little bit more fire in you. Or even when you're talking, just like you're saying, like in an interview after, you kind of expect a little bit more spunk, a little bit more fire, but it's just not him all the time. That's just not him consistently. And I think sometimes too, because we see him as a leader of this team, that we expect a little bit more of that. But that's where I think we're going to get that with someone like Tyrese Halliburton as this team goes forward. So he's going to be more of that vocal, emotional leader, where De'Aaron Fox might be more of that, hey, follow me, jump on my back, and let's play like this.
Yeah.
He's half a season away from becoming the new national media's Devin Booker. Like if he keeps playing like this, remember Devin Booker, you got to get Devin Booker out of Phoenix. You got to get Devin Booker out of Phoenix. If De'Aaron keeps playing the way that he's doing, the national media is going to notice that. It's, my God, you've got to get De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento. He's such a treasure to the league. He's so great. You've got to get him out of Sacramento. And if this team doesn't start to figure things out, it's the national media conversation surrounding the Kings is already bad. It's going to get a lot worse with De'Aaron playing the way that he is, and it at this point it's going to become impossible to ignore with him having games like he did last night.
Yeah, and you just wonder what the conversation has been like between the front office, the coaching staff, and De'Aaron. Just to be like, hey, here's a big picture. You signed the extension. Obviously, that's a no-brainer, right? You're going to sign that extension. But yeah, he wants to win. I mean, he's been in the league 4 years. Losing every single, that's no wear on a guy, and he has stepped up. He's going to be an all-star next year. I think he's going to take that leap. He is playing really great basketball right now, but you're right, there's a lot of pressure on the Kings to start surrounding him with more talent so they can make a legitimate playoff run next year.
Well, call me Vivek. They need to make the playoffs next season immediately. Now.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, is it realistic? I think they should have that mindset, because that's year 5 for Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's year 5, and he's getting better. Like at some point, you're right, Damian. Like that noise is going to get loud, and he may get frustrated, and then he could be like, yeah, man, send me somewhere else. And then you lose a guy who is an all-star.
Well,
last one. What are you most confident happens between now and the trade deadline for the Sacramento Kings?
I think it's Bielitsa, right? I think that just makes the most sense. It's not.
You talk about popping bottles. Kenny will be popping bottles the day that trade is announced.
Why? Why are you so excited about that one?
Ready to move on. Did you see that step back 30-footer he took last night?
Yeah, I mean, he's taking questionable shots over the years. He's made some big time shots too. I think he's a good role player for what he is in this league. And he's going to help a playoff team. That to me, it's a no-brainer. And that's not going to be a difficult one to move, right? Expiring deal, plenty of teams would love his shooting ability coming off the bench. Good passer. You can't leave him out there a ton of minutes in the playoffs because he'll get exposed defensively. Yeah. But I think that's the one I'm most confident in headed to the deadline.
Yeah, I would say like that one would be the most obvious because the other ones, it could just be a lot of chatter. Sometimes teams just talk, especially this week leading up to the trade deadline. It's a lot of talk sometimes and no one actually pulls the trigger. So we might see a boring deadline. We might see an action-packed deadline. We don't know.
Are you guys
crap on Billy a lot, but I agree with Deuce. He going to the right place. I could see him hitting a couple shots. It's whatever.
You guys doing like a 4-hour trade deadline show?
Well, that's next Thursday. So I think we're going to get on at like 9 in the morning. And this could be a major mistake, Damien. Think about this. There could be nothing going on. And then we're going to go until like 1-ish.
Oh, yeah. Y'all doing it. Yeah.
And then night chat after the Kings game that evening. So.
Oh, that's the other thing. The Kings play a game the night before and the night of the deadline.
Oh, boy.
Hey, you guys, real quick. I'll give you guys each $1 if you can get this right. NCAA tournament first 4 is starting right now. What channel is it on?
True TV.
What channel is True? Give me the number.
I have YouTube again. What do you have, like a cable box? I mean, I have YouTube TV. All right, this is technology. We have a high-speed internet. YouTube TV. I mean, literally
seconds behind everybody.
I don't care. Why do I care about that?
You are actually really, really far behind. I know when Kings games end long before I actually see. The Charlotte game in my house was something. When I saw what happened, like the box score change, I just had to be like, oh my God, like what just happened watching the TV? It's quite a spectacle when you stream your stuff. That's Deuce and Mo right there, available wherever you get podcasts from, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, and of course, radio.com. We'll step out. We'll come back more. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Deuce and Mo.
All right, guys. Thanks. I thought the combo was kind of rolling, and so I hit Jesse up. I was like, let's keep going. So
no, that's all good.
And he gives us a lot of freedom to just keep going when something is working.
Dude, that's beautiful because then conversations can keep going organically. He goes on channel 2 to see.
Oh my God, dude! Channel 2 as it's just scrolling by. Oh, I missed it. I gotta wait.
Hey, remember when the free-for-all? Remember the WWF free-for-all that used to be on Channel 2?
Yeah, with the countdown.
Yeah, that was so legit.
Yeah, the kids would never know.
Never.
I don't think Kenny's allowed to have YouTube TV at his house anyway, just because his internet doesn't qualify.
90. I got all other 90 damn subscriptions that are costing me.
Hey, do you have fiber internet at your house? The fiber.
I got whatever high-speed Comcast. Infinity.
All right.
Yeah,
we're working on it.
Internet.
Dude, I just switched to fiber, and let me tell you, it is insane. I mean, I'm uploading like a 30-minute YouTube video in like 12 seconds.
Literally, I have to hear it after every single
It's amazing.
video. He goes, "Whoa, that took 27 seconds."
That's how I say it. Is that really how I say it?
No, like it's
sorry, it used to take me like 20 minutes. So like
27 seconds.
I had to change my whole setup too. Like I don't know if it's fiber, but I definitely have a fast thing. And then I had to upgrade my Orbi system, and I gave Kenny my old one, and he's got to go through Xfinity to update his. But it's been a massive change since I changed the system here. So
wow,
I'm with you. High speed internet is quite satisfying, Morgan. So calm down a little bit.
I get it. I understand everyone. Come on now.
We appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
I appreciate it, man.
All
Have a good
right,
day.
guys.
All right, we'll see you guys. Bye. Deuce and Mo. Deuce and Mo. Oh, this is so funny, man. That's one of my favorite lines ever. Sounds like a gremlin eating a human baby. Fantastic. Whew. That was 45 minutes of Deuce and Mo, man. That's good stuff. It's so dope here having the freedom we do to do these things, to just like run 45-minute segments without even thinking about it, man. It's so much fun.
Good stuff.
So much fun.
Whew.
See, when I forget to hit the reminder, y'all forget to hit the thumbs up. Y'all got to hit that thumbs up.
You need a thumbs up, yo.
Please.
I need all of that.
We got that Will Fuller thing to the Niners, but Miami picked him up.
Yeah, I saw that. I made a quick note of that. Thank you.
He went to Miami?
He went to Miami, yeah. Team McQueen, you know what it is, baby. You know what it is.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, man, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. We just having fun, dude. I'm glad we can have fun together.
Yes, indeed, man. It's a good time, man. You guys make it fun for us, too.
Yeah, no shots tonight, but I'm definitely opening this bottle. I'm definitely opening this gold bottle tonight. We'll get the shots tomorrow. Mm.
Back to D'Lo and KC. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Man, great conversation with Deuce and Mo. We kept them around for an extra 15 minutes or so we appreciate them hanging out with us for 45 minutes, and we appreciate y'all hanging out with us as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, and everybody listening on the radio.com app, and of course on ESPN 1320. We'll get back into the Sacramento Kings, the games last night, the game just one game last night, the game ahead. We haven't really talked about PJ Tucker. I've meant to. What do you think about that? PJ Tucker to the Milwaukee Bucks. I know you're big on the Brooklyn Nets and everything they're doing right now. I know this isn't a James Harden acquisition, but he's a guy that a lot of teams and a lot of fans had their eye on here, and they were curious where he was going to land. There was no buyout with PJ Tucker. He gets traded to Milwaukee, and it's a trade I like. It's actually a trade I like a lot.
I like it. It's a good move. I mean, they add to their depth. They add to their toughness inside. I'm not sure where he goes. Maybe it's a situation where he plays with Giannis as opposed to Brook Lopez playing with Giannis sometimes. It gives him a little more versatility. I'm worried on if PJ Tucker is just washed. And I mean that respectfully, but he's an undersized guy who was banging with them big boys for a long time. And that takes a toll.
I respectfully mean if he sucks. I mean, it's all right.
Hey, I'm washed. Well, not really. I can still hit. I can still score, but
washed defensively.
Yeah, I'm washed defensively.
Well, but that's what that's one of the things PJ Tucker could do really well, though. Even if he struggles offensively, like he can still guard. I mean, I think you can make a solid case. He could probably guard every position on the floor.
Oh, well, okay. Let's look around the East, right? I don't think maybe he guards Kevin Durant. Maybe
that obviously any trade done, in the upper echelon of the Eastern Conference, you're kind of immediately looking at Brooklyn and going, okay, how do they match up against Brooklyn? Yeah. And that's kind of where I landed too. I don't know that maybe he knows James's tendencies. I don't know. Maybe he guards him in those situations, but
they got enough guys for James and Drew Holiday. So. Or excuse me, in Kyrie Irving. So there's that in Philly. Against Philly, he guards Tobias. Maybe. I mean, you wouldn't put him up against Embiid. Embiid would be a mouse in the house
that
situation.
Wouldn't work. Yeah, that's not going to work.
And who else? That's really all I got to worry about in the East. I mean, in the West, maybe he goes up against LeBron.
Wow. It's a while before they get there, but it's
you're talking me into it a little bit.
It's a deal. It's a deal I like, but again, the difficulty in this is like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about matching? Like, is Brooklyn beatable? That's kind of what this feels like. It boils down to like, is Brooklyn beatable? Can Philadelphia beat them in a 7-game series? Can the Milwaukee Bucks beat them in a 7-game series? And I think the thing that I can't figure out if teams should hold out hope with Kevin Durant not returning, or hope that he and hope that he does return sooner. Because I think there's this sweet spot over the course of the next, 30, some odd games for Brooklyn where he comes back, he's using regular season games to warm up.
Yeah.
And if Kevin Durant is hitting his stride when the playoffs start, Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
see anybody beating these guys, man.
Yeah.
I really don't. Not
Well,
in
we said that we said that about the Warriors.
I didn't.
We said it about the Heat. You didn't say that about the 72-win Warriors.
No, I thought the Cavs were going to beat them. I thought the Cavs were going to beat them for 3 years. I was only right once, but I thought they were the better team. The Cavs were. Well, not better team. I thought they would beat them. I thought they were about equal. They get hurt. Kyrie and Love get hurt the first year. I thought they were going to beat them the 73 win year, only because the Warriors should have lost to Oklahoma City. That's what made me say they weren't going to win. But, I mean, I get your point. I think the Nets are a little more dynamic and explosive than what we have with the Warriors. Or they're just as explosive.
Got very good news for you. Joe Flacco's agent confirmed he's visiting the 49ers. Quote, he's also considering a couple of other teams. How exciting is that for you, Kenny Caraway, and all San Francisco 49ers fans listening to this? The Joe Flacco prospect.
Can't believe he's still in the league, to be honest with you. I don't think there is a quarterback in the league that would get me upset about being a backup. It's not. It's like, all right, it's a backup. It's whatever. It's a backup. He's better.
I'm not the biggest Joe Flacco fan.
I don't think Joe Flacco's any good. I really don't. But I think he's better than Nick Mullins, and C.J. Beathard's a little debatable. You know how much I did not like C.J. Beathard all of last season? He showed me some things when he came in there. Not that he's like a starter, but I'll put it to you like this. If he would have gone to C.J. earlier, I said play Nick, so I was wrong. If he would have gone to C.J. earlier, maybe they win a game or two. Maybe they finish 7-9, maybe an 8-8.
Yeah, I mean, it's a backup quarterback position, for goodness sake. So
I'm not tripping too much on that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do it. Don't get it twisted. I wouldn't do it.
Would you have done it? Like, I'm still so surprised at the Mitchell Trubisky thing. I'm still so surprised at Mitchell Trubisky going to the Buffalo Bills. He's really like done.
Yeah.
Like he's done, like done. Like burnt, fried, crisp, the whole deal. Like he's nothing. Because he's not Josh, like you have no shot there. Like Josh Allen is months away before, he's months away from becoming an insanely wealthy man. Like we talk about next quarterback class, next quarterback contract. You've got Baker, you've got Lamar. It'll be interesting how those two shake out. There's not going to be a lot of negotiating with Josh Allen. Like the Buffalo Bills are going to pay him what Josh Allen's agent asks them to pay him, and they're going to do it happily. I guess I don't know. Like he's done. That's just crazy to me. Not that I thought he was good. It was just he's really done.
I know your question was about money making Mitch, which I agree he is done. He's not good enough. It's just not.
But he just took a spot to not play again. He's just like, I'm just going to collect the check and not play anymore.
So, but the thing that stuck out about what you said was, you think Josh Allen is open shut case, like even more so than Lamar?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that?
Because I think I think the Baltimore Ravens will haggle with, I think they'll be concerned about him, the type of quarterback that he is, him moving around too much, potential, higher rate of injury. I don't think Baker and Lamar are open and shut cases, right? And I think it for very, very different reasons. I think there's a lot of questions about how good Baker Mayfield is. And I think as well as he played last year, I think there are legitimate questions about what type of money you pay a quarterback who right now feels like he's good. And in the market of quarterbacks, you're either bad or you're the highest paid quarterback. We talked about this before. There's very little, there's no mid-range jumper here with quarterback contracts. It's a dunk or it's a 30-foot three-pointer. It's one of those two. There's no mid-range jumper here. So with Josh Allen, I feel like he does he's the traditional quarterback. He stays healthy. He is they're building their team around him. We've seen it. They've been able to unseat the New England Patriots. We've seen the Patriots retool. It'll be impressive if they do it again. And then with Lamar, you've got the style of quarterback that he is. Now, it's okay. This your style. Got us an MVP. It's helped us win ball games. Like, I thought Baltimore was one of the hottest teams in the league last year, heading into the playoffs. But I wonder if Baltimore is going to fight him a little bit now that this quarterback money keeps getting higher and higher and higher.
I get you. So when you say
ultimately,
that,
I think he gets it. By the way, I want to make sure I state that. Like, ultimately, I think Lamar gets paid, but I don't think it's as easy. I don't think it's as complicated as Dak Prescott was. And I don't think it's as easy as Josh Allen is going to be.
And you're feeling like it's more so the Bills. It's almost not necessarily an indictment on the player. It's more so the Bills will not mess with Josh Allen.
Right.
The Ravens will probably give a little pushback.
That's my opinion. Yeah.
Okay. I got you. I was just interested.
I mean, he's got that. We like using this term. He's got that usage rate. He's got that Russell Wilson usage rate. And Lamar, we take down some of these years, or I don't know how they're going to sell it. But if you're Lamar, it's like Lamar's agent. Like, take a quick look at his win-loss record, and go take a look at that replica MVP trophy that you have sitting in your trophy room.
Yeah, look at the trophy case
out in the lobby, because my guy gets you there. He gets you there on the ground. He gets you there in the air. So I think Dak Prescott has ruined everything for me. Like, I'm just like, how much our team's going to fight? Obviously, Jerry is and I'll be nice and say unique guy in this conversation, but that was a bigger fight than I thought it had to be.
You got me thinking about Lamar right now, and I got this feeling as I think about it. I could see them franchising him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder. I don't think that's outrageous. And truthfully, I don't think that's outrageous for Baker either.
Yeah, I heard. I think it was our good friend. We got to have him on the show one time, Bomani Jones, and he made a good point with Dallas and Dak. And he talked about how, because Dallas wanted 5 years, Dak wanted 4. And they essentially kind of got what they wanted. They got 5 years. They just used that first year as a franchise year.
Right. So we'll dive more into that. Plus, we've got the details of Trent Williams' contract. That's contracts in the NFL are funny. Like, we'll go over that as well. We'll get back to the Kings. A lot more coming here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Twitch, YouTube, on radio.com, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You need a break?
Yeah. I'm gonna.
All right, let's get in here. What do we got here? Lamar will definitely get tagged. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think it's the right thing. Yeah, Josh Allen gonna get that money. Gonna get that bread. Wait, the win-loss record? Oh, in the playoffs. Oh, shut up, Rich. Got them to the playoffs, though. Remember how bad they were? Like, they made a run late in the season last year where it was like, yeah, they going. I thought they might, Rich. I thought they might get your boys, but yeah, that never happened. Yeah, Cody thinks Lamar will get tagged too. I could see that. Over under. I see. Ramsey already responded to you. Oh man, it's an apprenticeship for church. Yeah, I guess so. And I saw Will, getting paid not to play, not a bad financial and health. No, complete is 100% accurate. I'm so surprised. I don't know. I know he's not good. I'm afraid if I ask the question too many times, I'll frame it as if he's good. But I'm just so surprised. Like, he's just done. I thought he might land in a spot where he got a chance to compete, or maybe somebody thought Matt Nagy wasn't good, or I don't know. Well, we'll show Eric Bischoff some love. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. Kings likely keeping Healed and HB. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. I don't love the healed thing, but I don't want them to get rid of Harrison Barnes at all. But I don't think they're keeping Hield because they want to. I don't think they can get rid of him. I see you, Shane. I see you, baby. I see you. Okay, Rich. No one likes to show off. Ha! That'll put some butts in the seats. Hold on. Where'd you go? Where did that? There it is. There it is. That'll put some butts in the seats. I like listening to Bischoff sometimes on his podcast. Not all of the time, but sometimes. He gets pretty in depth. He gets pretty in depth in the business. I am not a Vince Russo guy. No. I like how Eric Bischoff gets in depth in wrestling, into like the business of wrestling, though. I enjoy that. I did see this, Jason. I did, right. It actually started maybe like 3 or 4 minutes after the game ended. So I knew the match was happening. I turned post game off. I'm not really a fan of post game. And I went straight to TNT, and they were like kind of doing some promos, and that was a really good match. Those women put on a really, really good match. It was violent. It was pretty violent. It's got to be one of the more violent women's matches we've seen. I thought it was a lot. Out. It was good. They did it. I love Britt Baker. I think Britt Baker's a great character. If y'all go subscribe, if y'all haven't heard Relive, if you go subscribe to the D'Lo and KC podcast on Apple and hit the 5 stars, I'll start loading Relive episodes up there. And if we get to 100 reviews, I'll start Relive again. We're nowhere close. Get to work. The college hoops tourney is just 1 day away. Countdown coverage on ESPN 1320 brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Actually, a good time to point out a little abbreviated show tomorrow and Monday, as we'll be off at 3:15, as we'll be carrying NCAA games for you tomorrow. And then again on Monday, the show will be over at 3, particularly those for the radio. We probably hang out a few extra minutes on the chat as we always do, but on the radio, we'll be wrapping up at 3:15 and 3 o'clock for those NCAA tournament games. So, man, that's pretty exciting for us.
Absolutely.
Pretty excited for Kenny. Is this your favorite time of the year or pretty close to it?
It's pretty close to it. It really is. I mean, it's going to be different this year. I'm just glad we have it back. But when you think back to, hopefully we get all the way open again so we can do it like we're supposed to do it. Thursday, starting it here on the West Coast, starting at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And you get to your local establishment. You got this, just champagning and campaigning till about 9 o'clock at night, and you do it for 2 days. Oh man, NCAA tournament. That's why it's better than college football.
Yeah, and for those who want a little extra fun, remember 64 college basketball teams will wake up tomorrow morning dreaming of winning it all. BetQL has data and insights on how to bet each of those 64 teams. Before you place another college basketball bet, you've got to check out BetQL. BetQL runs thousands of simulations and ranks them all on a scale of 1 to 5 stars. Those 5-star bets are your most profitable opportunities, so let BetQL help you cash in throughout the tournament. Again, that'll start tomorrow with 64 teams. It'll all start tomorrow with 64 teams tomorrow. And for a limited time, you can get 64% off with the promo code MARCH64. March64 at betql.com/March. That's 64% off with promo code March64 at betql.com/March.
Yeah. You know what's another sneaky great day for me? The first day of the NBA playoffs. That's Saturday.
Okay.
They start at 9 or 10 or something like that. It's just lit. It's lit. Yeah, I love that. I love that day.
I kind of like the opening rounds of college of NBA playoffs because it's every night. Like you've got basketball every single night. Like it's
awesome. I get worn out.
No, the legit. No, it's legit. It could get.
I get worn out.
But then you get to the conference finals and it's like, wait, there's no game till when?
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, come on, man. What are we doing?
Damien, I know how you roll nowadays. When you lived on the East Coast, were you I'm up till 2 to watch the West Coast game?
In the playoffs, yes.
Okay.
Regular season. I think my first like experience living out east, I'll never forget it. Knoxville, Tennessee. And the Lakers had won. I don't remember who the Lakers had beat, but I remember it was a Lakers ring ceremony. Okay. And I'm watching the Lakers ring. Dude, it was like halftime. It was like 11:30. And that was kind of a moment where I was like, and I didn't know at the time we weren't living on the East Coast. We wound up living out there, but at the time it was just meant to be a trip out to the University of Tennessee, and it was like, wow, this is tough. It's halftime, and it's 11:30 because you got the long ring ceremony and all of this stuff. It's tough being a sports fan on the East Coast. I missed a lot of like the end of Monday Night Football and Sunday Night Football. I missed though. I go to bed early. I stayed up a lot later out there, but it's different. It is very, very different being a sports fan out there.
I'm up all night. I'm vamp life and all this other stuff. I wonder if I live on the East Coast, if I'd be able to do that every night watching NBA games. I don't know, because you're right. It is late. Mm-hmm. It's late. That game ends at 1:30. You know what I mean? And that's to see the end. I may knock out before the end of the game.
Dude, Sundays Sundays are weak. Like you wake up on NFL Sunday and you got to wait till 1. Like what the hell am I gonna do?
Is trash.
Like it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Like what am I gonna do? Like okay, I go work out. All right, cool. Like it's 9. What do I do now? Like there's literally 5 hours till football starts. It's the worst.
Yeah,
it's way better. 10. Last game ends like a little after 8. You want to catch like a show or a movie or whatever. You still got plenty of time. Like ain't nothing to it.
That's if you even care about the Sunday night game. You might not care about it. Be done by 4.
Waiting around till 8 o'clock we're waiting around till 1 o'clock for the games to start. Man, that's absurd.
Warren in the chat says trying NBA playoffs overseas. Yikes! Those are like 3 a.m. starts, right? Like 5 a.m. starts. Oof. I ain't getting up early. I ain't no early riser if I don't have to be.
You had to be a couple of times this year for 49ers game day. You were not pleased with them 8 o'clock games. I think we only had like 3 of them. One of them was unscheduled until the last minute. I think it was was the 49ers Cowboys. I don't remember what it was.
Cowboys. That was supposed to be a Sunday night.
Yep.
And it got flexed out. I think this year
KC was furious.
I said, man, come on, man. And it was like a last minute flex. Like it looked, it was gonna make it, and then it didn't make it.
It's not gonna make it.
I think this year, off the top of my head, they may end up. I think they play the North, the NFC North this year. So they'll have 2, maybe 2. They play the NFC East. Yeah, they might. I think the Niners will have about 4 or 5 10 a.m. starts. That's gonna suck. Yeah,
You'll make it.
Suck.
You'll make it, buddy. You'll make it. Speaking of the 49ers, Trent Williams signed a 6-year, $138 million deal.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. We're getting it back.
Not so fast, my friend. The 6-year contract actually is a little bit closer to a 3-year contract worth a little over $60 million with a team-held option for the final 3 years at $77.3 million. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say we've got a 3-year deal here with Trent Williams, and the team will opt out of the final 3.
Or they could
6-year deals aren't a thing. Yeah, or that, right? Or that.
Yeah. So no, I get you. When you break it down, it's a good look for Trent. It's a good look for the agent. It's a good look for the 49ers to be like, look, we take care of our guys. Well, That's one owner who definitely does not sound like Vince McMahon, and that's Jed York. Jed was like, yeah.
Trent will be 35 in that third year.
Third year?
Yeah.
Yeah, he could probably still go. I think he can still go.
I mean, he's in that position where you fight though. Like he's fighting play to play. I mean, he's one of the best in the game. Like he deserves his money, he deserves his contract, he deserves, all the accolades that go with it. But when you break it down and you look at it a little bit more in its totality, and you realize, okay, it's not exactly what we were told it was, and it never is, and we know that.
Right.
And we said that when we talked about it the next day. But it makes sense. I'm a little bit 3 years. I kind of thought it would be 4, but a team option for the final 3 is certainly interesting.
Did Trent miss 1 or 2 years? I think it's 1, right?
Man, it felt like he missed 2, but he definitely missed 1.
I feel like he might have gotten hurt when 1 year or early in 1 year, whatever, with the concussion, or I think he had like a cancer scare too, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So it might have happened during the season, and then he didn't come back.
Okay.
That year. But I say all that to say, you mentioned he'd be 35, and that is up there a little bit, but maybe he doesn't have as much wear and tear because of missing that year and a half, whatever it was.
Yeah, he missed all of the 2019 season. He played 14 games for the 49ers last year. He played 13 games his final year with Washington, 10 games, 12 games, 14 games, 15. He's played 16 games twice. Not that that's super important, but I mean, he's played a total of 134 games in his career since entering the league in the 2010 season.
I gotcha. Yeah, 35.
And I mean, he's made the most of the. I mean, there aren't many better at his position than he is, if any. So, like, he's made the most of his time on the field. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and I was listening to my connects in Houston the other day, and they were talking about Deshaun Watson a little bit, and then they talked about Trent Williams, and they said Washington tried to play hardball and was like, no, you want to leave? Well, we're gonna franchise you. We're gonna sit you. He said, no, I want out. And they tried to play hardball. They end up losing value, and he left. And that's kind of what they got on with Deshaun. Like, Texans play hardball all they want. If he don't want to be there, he ain't gonna be there.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to move him now while you can't get something for him. And we talked about it a little bit in the pre-show meeting. We see some people talking about in the chat. We're not gonna go into it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, get him the hell out of Texas. I'll say that once again.
Yeah, David, we see what's going on with Deshaun Watson and his legal problems. We had a long talk about it before the show. We just decided we'll leave it. Right now, I think it's just best, given the way Kenny and I feel, it's just best to leave it. If there's something like absolutely that has to be talked about, we will. Neither one of us think that we're at that state yet.
Nah.
So if it gets there, we'll talk about it right now. It's best for all of our employment status to just leave it alone.
Yeah, I love my job. But before we went to break,
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to hear your thoughts and how you kind of saw that play out with Dak and Dallas. And I hadn't heard that angle about essentially everybody kind of got what they want in this whole thing. Like, I know the perception is that Jerry had to, bend and bow down to Dak. But if you look at that franchise year as that other year that they wanted on the initial deal that they were trying to make,
Mm-hmm.
they got their 5th year. Dak got money. A win-win for both. Is that the way it should be?
Well,
seen?
yeah, certainly. I mean, if you're Jerry Jones, you can definitely spin it that way. That it's a win-win for everybody. But he also got, normally when you get those, like as we just talked about with Trent Williams and the 6-year deal, it's a 3-year deal. Often, if you're getting a 5-year deal, it's probably not. It's probably really a 3 to 4 year deal. You keep saying when we're talking about the Russell Wilson situation, Russell, like whatever happens this year, and you and I right now as of today, and we're still, a month and some change away from the draft. You and I we don't think this thing can be worked out in Seattle to the point of Russell Wilson's going to play for the Seattle Seahawks. But he's going to be in the exact same situation where he has to do everything. And we look around and we see what Arizona has done over the course of the last couple of days, adding A.J. Green, adding Rodney Hudson, some guys who can help him. I don't think any of those guys are game changers at this state of their career. I think Rodney Hudson is very, very valuable for Kyler Murray. we like the 49ers and them keeping their guys around, and the Los Angeles Rams. They made a pretty big splash, not necessarily in free agency, but with a trade. We don't think very highly of Seattle. Russell Wilson's got an out. Or the Seattle Seahawks, they got an out with Russell Wilson. So you can sign these big monster deals. It's like when you break down Patrick Mahomes' deal. It's not a 10-year deal. It's very, very much not a 10-year deal. Like, it's not flat out a decade. He's getting paid, whatever the dollar figure is. So what Dak got, though, was he got paid for 4 full years.
Right.
Like, so no matter what, like he got that year. So if Jerry wants to keep him around, if Jerry really wants Dak to be his quarterback for the foreseeable for the long-term future, yeah, everybody wins. Absolutely 100% everybody wins. But Dak got the money. Like, Dak got the money because of that franchise year. So you have the 3 years on the deal, so the 4 right there, and then if Jerry wants the 5th, he's got it. If not, Dak got paid.
Right.
So yeah, maybe everybody did get what they want.
I hadn't when it was brought up by Bomani, I hadn't heard it kind of looked at in that angle, and I think he's about right. Like,
it's a guaranteed year, so it's a win. It's a win for Dak in that sense of that it's guaranteed money. It's like I'm sure he signed his contract yesterday, yesterday. He got $75 million deposited into his bank account. At the end of this upcoming season, when the new league year starts, the total will have grown to $95 million deposited into his bank account.
Let me hold $1.
So like it worked. It worked.
The hell with $1. Give me $1 million. You got 95 of them.
Man.
Give me 1.
Well, his agent deserves a nice little chunk of it, and he'll get it. And I'm not sure if you're aware of how taxes work, but
they don't work in Texas.
That's fine, but that's only good for 8 games. So I'm sure every team looks and goes, "Do we play in California this year?" Because California act like they own us.
Hey, look here. Don't pay me for the other 8 games. Put all my payments in the home games.
Right, man. Don't pay me for the California games at all. Like, just you know what? I got sick that day. I got sick that day and didn't make the trip.
Put all my money in the home games.
Goodness gracious. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling.
Hey, so look, that's how that works, though. I never knew that. So if just say California, for instance, if I'm a Cowboys player, but we play at Levi's, I got to go by their tax laws?
Yep.
That don't make no sense.
At the end of the year, everybody's waiting for their W-2s to show up in the mail. When you're an athlete, you're waiting for like 12. It's a maddening process. Like, you get them from all over the place. And I didn't know this until about a month and a half ago. It's the same. I thought it was only for players, but it's not. It's for coaches too.
That don't make no damn sense.
Yeah,
because
like
the Cowboys are paying me. The Cowboys are paying me.
Yep.
Not Levi's or the Niners or anything like that. I would fight that.
You're going to fight the entire United States government because you know what it is. Like, it's much like the student loan thing we were talking about earlier. Like, it's a scam. The state looks at it like, you mean we can tax professional athletes? We could tax like the 1% or whatever, for the most part. Yeah, let's do that. Let's tax them for what's LeBron? LeBron plays in what's Dak's 1 game paycheck? It's different for football, but play along. Yeah. Oh, it's $4 million per game. Cool. Welcome to California, where we're gonna take about 40% of that. Thanks for being here.
That's crazy. It kind of reminds me. I just would never have
I got some pay stubs over here from various states.
That's crazy. That's a trip.
Yeah, not fun.
I would never have the grapefruits to even try this. But a buddy of mine says that paying your mortgage, you don't have to pay your mortgage legally.
Okay, this is not financial advice from Kenny Caraway. I just want to throw that out to everybody. Listen to Kenny talk about basketball. Listen to Kenny talk about football in the NCAA tournament. But this is not, Caraway's financial hour here on ESPN 1320.
Once again, I'm paying my mortgage. I ain't gonna see me experimenting with nothing. But he's adamant. He's like, no, you don't have to pay your mortgage because it's the bank and all this other stuff, and we haven't paid it for 10 months or whatever. And I'm like, and you're still at the residence legally. He's like, yeah. I was like, well, look, man, that's
Why do you do that for? Why?
I'm literally like, that's good to know. Don't think you're giving me any advice right now.
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
Yeah, like, hey, good for you, man. Let's keep it up. Keep on keeping on, bro. We're just gonna pay. We're gonna pay our mortgage.
Here's my X amount every month. Thank you. Thank you.
Max says now we know why Kenny has such a nice house. He don't pay the mortgage on it.
No, do not come looking over here because lender and my bank account says they're getting payments.
Them folks in Elk Grove they're coming for you.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Oh man,
me, I'm a L7 square.
We're gonna edit this out of the replay over there. If you want to grab the podcast, head over to Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get podcasts from. Search D'Lo and KC. That's where you can find us. We'll cut this part out, though. We'll just segue nicely from football and pay stubs to the Sacramento Kings. They got a pay stub yesterday in the nation's capital. Kings get a win 121-119. And every time I see that score, it just makes me laugh. It was the most predictable game imaginable. It's like you are who we thought you were. Everything. They went out there. Everything. That's it. And congratulations to our buddy Joe Adge, who's one of the handful of people who bet the under, and it paid off for him because of a disastrous fourth quarter from both teams. Kings were actually outscored in that fourth quarter, 26-19. But those final 2 points from De'Aaron Fox ultimately got the job done for him. And partner, you said this a couple of weeks ago, man, and it rings true every time I watch the Sacramento Kings play. De'Aaron has to do everything for them to have a chance to win. He had 28 points last night. He hit 11 of 13 free throws. He had 5 steals. He had 7 assists. Oof. Given how much he had the ball. 3 turnovers, still pretty minimal given how much of control of the game he was in. 36 minutes, and they won by 2. He has to do it all for them to have a chance. You said that weeks ago, man, and it's impossible to not see it every time you watch the Kings play.
And it's sad. It's sad that he has that much on his plate. You and me both, we both mentioned this one. De'Aaron Fox, there's things that I'm like, yeah, I want him to do better. I want him to shoot free throws better, shoot better consistently, whatever. But the fact remains, he has everything on his plate. Mm-hmm. He has to be the scorer. He's got to be the distributor. He's got to be the defensive stopper. He's got to be the leader emotionally. Like, he's got it all on his plate for this team to even have a chance.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's a lot. That's a lot. And it is good to see nights like last night when he's able to come through.
It is. And you can see, the one thing, and I guess this will just be the case with the Kings moving forward, because the team that we see against Boston, the team that we see against Philadelphia, the team that we see, early in those games next week with Atlanta, and it's the Golden State, I think, is in there somewhere. By the time they play the Golden State Warriors, the team could look completely different.
Yeah, there's going to be some pieces that aren't going to be there.
Sure.
That's for sure.
There definitely is. And, we keep talking about Cory Joesph. I'm not confident Cory Joesph is going anywhere. I know everyone was talking about the Howard Beck thing that we had yesterday with they're not trading Barnes. They're not trading Bagley unless they're, get a blowaway offer. They're not moving him just to move him. And I love that idea with Barnes. I'd really argue you move Buddy just to move him. But I don't think you're trading Cory Joesph. Or you know what? Let me take that back. You might be able to trade Cory Joesph. We speculated if some of these guys who are in their expiring year if they get bought out and are allowed to go do whatever they want to. Cory Joesph played 25 minutes last night. I don't think he's getting bought out. I think he's a king. If he's not traded, I think he's a king till the end of the season.
I think if he is traded, you're getting something back in return as far as like an NBA
that can play those 25 minutes.
Right. NBA backup point guard, like right now, today. Get off the plane, you're playing. That's the only way. Because even like to your point, if you come on, Max.
Sorry, I shouldn't have put that up on the screen. Sorry.
Shout out Max in the chat saying always take advice from a guy rocking a money team shirt, which is me. I got my TMT shirt on today. Yeah, I don't think you're putting Kyle Guy in there for 30 minutes. He hasn't shown that he would put Kyle Guy in there for more than 5 minutes.
He hasn't shown he'll put Kyle Guy in for more than 30 seconds.
So yeah, I agree with you. Like Cory is going to be on this team unless if they move him, they get something in return.
Not an asset, not a future asset. It's a guy who's got to play now because they just rely on him way too much. The one in what Deuce and Mo were talking about earlier, and I think this is what we all believe, and a lot of it has to do with the circumstances surrounding Nemanja. Is he won't be here come hell or high water. Nemanja Bjelica isn't going to be a Sacramento King when Thursday at noon passes.
We don't give a damn what happens. You ain't gonna be here.
Mm-hmm. Like, hey, we're trying to move you, but like you don't want to be here. Like, Nemanja probably just stopped showing up. Like, hey, go on about your business. Go on about your business. Like, wait, and it's not like he refused to play a game. Didn't he refuse to play for like a month and a half?
That was like a week or two. Maybe it was a month and a half.
I have to go back to that Jason Jones article. It felt like it was a long time. Maybe it was only a couple of weeks. Maybe my imagination is running away.
Because I don't like the fact that you started Marvin Bagley. I ain't playing.
I want to get back to something you said for people who might have missed it when you're talking about, that last night's game from De'Aaron Fox and the top 5 pick and the revelation you had about top 5 picks. We've got all that coming up. If you want to jump in on the conversation, you can 916-349-1320, or you could be a part of the conversation in the chat at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Lots more coming up here as D'Lo and KC continue on radio.com and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh my God!
I just hit my homeboy, bro. I
got a step. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I just texted my homeboy and I asked him, like, "Are you guys still not paying the mortgage?" He hadn't hit me back yet, but I'm not trying that. Now, see, I think the thing about it is, rent is different. Mortgage is because a bank buys the loan or something like that. I think that's the way he was explaining it to me. I got to be honest with you. I wasn't listening too hard because I was like, you're crazy. I'm not paying my mortgage. Like that's well, look, you're going to need, I got a couch for you that you're going to need to sleep on after this one. Hey man, Ramsey, bruh, I'm paying my mortgage forever, for life. All right. I'm just telling you what somebody tried to put me on to, and I didn't accept the advice. It's like somebody trying to in high school, hey man, here, just take a little smoke of this. What's it gonna hurt? No, sir, I'm not taking it. No. Kenny skis to living on the street. You guys couldn't hear because Jesse, come on the chat real quick and tell them. You ain't got to tell them. What's the guy?
Yeah, so basically this guy called in and put me on the game for like 4 minutes telling me how Kenny's right about this COVID relief program about not paying your mortgage. So we're set, guys.
Don't listen to me. And don't listen to that guy. Don't listen to it, bro. No, I'm just telling you what the streets are telling me. I'm not in the streets. I'm paying my mortgage. Kenny was telling you that so your house would get foreclosed and he could buy the house. He ain't in California, I'll tell you that. I guess that wouldn't matter, but yeah, that was crazy. There was something. I gotta when Dame gets back, I gotta give him a shout out. Can you hear me, Dame?
Yeah.
You were right.
What happened?
Nemanja Bjelica. He played against Portland on January 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Did not play again until February 12th. This dude said, I'm not playing for a month.
I'm out. I'm out.
No. I'm just telling you what the streets are telling me. I don't live in the streets. I live in the neighborhood. We pay our mortgage over here in the neighborhoods. Shout out to Florida. Are you closer to Burbank or Kennedy? Yeah. I don't. They might not. Be. That was a throwback.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he do something wrong?
He hurt Randy Orton. I think he dropped Randy Orton on his shoulder or something.
I thought he did something like legally wrong. And that's
with
why
the WWE. No, he dropped Randy Orton on his shoulder. Like Randy Orton blew him up on live TV, and they fired him the next day.
Wow.
Where'd he go? Yeah.
Yo, the chat is tripping right now. Let me be perfectly clear. I will always, for the rest of my life, if I have a mortgage, pay my mortgage.
That's not what we heard.
People are telling me.
That's not what we heard.
Look, like I told the chat, I'll say it on
what we heard.
It's like in high school when they be like, "Hey, man, just take a little bit of this. It won't hurt you." No, I'm not doing it. I'm square. I'm paying my mortgage. I'm not taking that little thing that you want me to take. I ain't doing it. I'm just telling you what's out there. Don't follow me. Don't do it. Telling y'all a story.
I don't know about y'all. All I heard was Kenny say we don't got to pay our mortgage. That's all I heard him say.
See, I'm telling y'all, man. Don't like I said,
this last hour always gets a little. I think everybody in the chat, because we're getting near the end of like work days. I think everybody gets a little anxious, and the chat starts to wild out. It happens daily in this final hour of the show. Every day we're commercial free till 4:00, and they just start wilding out.
Yeah, man. There you go, Bryce. Bryce says KC's using the crosswalk. Absolutely. Won't see me jaywalking.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I play something for you real quick?
Oh, no, we got a new slogan, though. ESPN 1320, getting houses at deep discounts. That's a new slogan for the station. We've been rebranding for a while. We've been trying to figure it out. We're going to put that on a billboard. ESPN 1320, getting houses on steep discounts. Go ahead, man. Play something for me.
Don't listen to my boy. All right, don't listen to him. I didn't.
Okay. People on that hangry status. Yeah, dude, that's real talk. Y'all saw me. If he was on the Twitch, we was on the commercial break. Y'all saw, yeah, Casey, I got to go. Like, I need a minute. Fam.
That is real talk. So 26 years ago, there was a fax that came in, and it just said, "I'm back."
Kenny got a fax machine at his house.
I think I do have a fax machine.
I believe it. Everybody believes
that.
It's
the printer that has fax capabilities.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Yeah. So that's what that is.
You know what else has fax capabilities? This does.
How?
I held up my iPhone. There's an app.
You can send fax on your phone?
You scan it and you fax it.
I haven't faxed anything.
Fax it straight to an email address. Because nobody uses fax machines, Kenny.
Actually, to be honest with you, there are fax machines that still need to be used.
Like you and Big Al got one.
I'm not going to get into details, but I had to fax some stuff routinely. I had to go to my local.
Was it about your mortgage?
No, my mortgage paid.
Okay.
But, no, I had to go to FedEx, Kinko's, and fax every now and then.
Stan Van. I see you.
Yeah.
I see you. But yeah, how many years ago was it? 26, you said?
26 years ago today, Michael Jordan said, "I'm back." But that's not what I wanted to play you, Damien.
Oh, I thought you were going to play the sound of a fax machine, but go ahead.
No, because you're right. There's no sound to Michael Jordan saying, "I'm back." Do you remember this? I know Ramsey does, but do you remember this?
He holds on. But you don't want to foul Morrison. You make him get it over half court. You know you got to foul. And a steal! Farmer! Inside! The freshman up! Ow! And they go in front! Rivio! Last chance to dance! Unbelievable! Oh, what a game! Unbelievable! What a game! UCLA! Unbelievable! Are you kidding me? After being down by 17, Heartbreak City.
You remember that game?
Heartbreak City. Ooh, goodness. Yeah, it rings a bell. That's Gus, right? Losing his mind there.
Fine. NCAA tournament Sweet 16. Obviously, you guys heard UCLA. It was against.
Oh, I almost said Duke. It wasn't Duke. It was. Who was it?
The Zags. Adam
Oh,
Morrison.
I wouldn't have said that. Oh,
Adam
that was the game he went
on the
to.
floor.
That was the most contrived trash I've ever seen. He's overcome with emotion. Psh, get out of here. He walked to half court perfectly fine and then sat down there like Giannis did last night and then just like, oh, I'm so emotional. That was the most contrived, phony crap I had ever seen, and I hated the run that it got. It was so freaking phony. He didn't collapse. He didn't fall where he was. He walked to center court because he wanted the attention and he knew he was the big shot. And he goes and he sits down and he does this big whole mopey thing. That was fake, dude. That was so phony. That's what I remember about that game, was that phony ass performance at the end of it.
UCLA, I think, was down 17. Maybe JT, you could
That's
help
what
out
Gus
here.
just said. Yeah, he was down 17.
I know they were down 17 at some point in the game. I don't know if when that run. I want to say they were down by like maybe 15 with like 2 minutes to go, and came back and won that with 2 seconds left. But Adam Morrison. So that part that you're talking about, yeah, that was look at me. But after that, you hear him talking about the guy trips and there's a jump ball and UCLA has it. Adam Morrison immediately starts crying. Immediately. Like I watched the clip earlier. I'll send it to you or whatever so you can see it. No, now the second part, yeah, that seemed for sure. But as soon as that possession arrow said UCLA ball, Morrison starts balling. There's 2 seconds left in the game. The game is still going on. And he starts balling. So yeah, that was crazy. But I saw that earlier today. And it's tournament time. That was one of the great moments in NCAA tournament history. That was crazy. I remember watching that.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out why I was thinking Duke. I have a whole list of like on this days here in front of me. Here's another one. This is a pretty notable day. Obviously, there's tons of tournament stuff in here. Middle Tennessee beat Michigan State in 2016 on this day.
I remember that.
Number 15 Santa Clara
Oh,
beat the 2 seed Arizona in 1993, led by Brooklyn Nets coach Steve Nash.
I don't remember that game, but I remember hearing about that.
Not even the most notable thing to happen on this day. And I mean, I'm back is probably up there. By the way, do you know Michael Jordan's stat line for the game? The anniversary will be tomorrow.
I don't know the stat line per se. He didn't shoot the ball well. I think he had 19 points or 17 points.
It's amazing that you know that. He had 19 points wearing the number 45, 7 of 28 from the field.
Yeah, he didn't shoot well that day.
But on the most notable thing that happened on this day, 1980.
Okay. I wasn't born.
Duke found their head coach.
Really?
On this day in 1980, Mike Krzyzewski is offered the Duke head coaching position.
Oh. So what, 41 years at Duke?
41 years and probably 41 more.
Wow. I think we talked about this earlier. But he decides when he leaves, right? They never fire him, right?
Yeah, they're not going to fire. He has a lifetime contract, but 2, yeah, you just got to wait it out. You know, the Duke doesn't have a choice. Like they could want because the Duke joke was and I saw this a lot when Kara Lawson got the Duke job, the Duke women's job. One of the first things that I saw on Twitter was Duke's one step closer to getting Brad Stevens. So Duke has had their eyes on Brad Stevens for a long, the Duke fans, I should say. Duke fans have had their eyes on Brad Stevens for a long time. That's the guy they want to replace Coach K, though I'm not confident that's a thing. But
yeah, did you see Indiana made a little gesture towards him?
I did.
Thanks, but no thanks.
He's not leaving Boston. He's not getting fired either. Nice. He's very secure.
He's
in Boston.
I know that's the kind of the running gag. I was genuinely baffled by what happened in the conference finals. Like he just let them kept taking up threes. But he's a good.
I think he was baffled too. I don't think he let them take threes. I think that's what they started to do. I don't know that. I don't think that. I don't think that was the game plan.
The issue that I had going back to that is they're playing the zone. Miami's playing the zone. Yeah. And I think he let it happen because he never put anybody in the middle of the zone. There was all 5 guys out on the perimeter. And I'm like, what the hell is this? Yeah. But he's a really good coach. He's a damn good coach. Yeah.
And he's going to be the Boston Celtics coach for a long time.
Yeah.
He's not going to Indiana. He's not going to Duke. He's not coming to Sacramento. And Luke Walton is going to be the Sacramento kid. Who loses their job first, Mike Krzyzewski or Luke Walton? Because right now, did Luke sign a lifetime contract? Oh, Vladdy was slick. We thought it was a 4-year deal. Luke signed a lifetime deal. He is going to be the Sacramento Kings head coach forever. Like Chris Webber said, forever.
Yeah.
I can't knock the guy. They won last night. Give him some credit. Give him some credit. They did win a game last night against the only defense in the entire league that is worse than his. And now they've got a game against said Brad Stevens and Boston Celtics team coming up tomorrow.
It's the Harrison Barnes Showcase game.
I was going to say the answer is 0, but is there any chance at all Harrison just stays there? Like he doesn't make it back. Like they get a deal done tomorrow.
I wouldn't say it's 0.
It's little though, right?
Like 10. 10%.
Single. I got to do single digits. I can't put it at 10. I'll put it at 9.
It's possible. Of
course, it's possible.
I would probably lose my mind if they did that because as I go down the list and I keep hearing all these things, there's nothing that I want from Boston from that realistically. Like I want Tatum.
Yeah, right. I was gonna say I could think of a couple guys I'd like, but I don't think that's in the conversation.
Yeah. So I would kind of low key lose my mind if they made a deal with Boston for Harrison Barnes.
This is Tatum versus Fox. This is De'Aaron's chance to show everybody that he's better than Jason Tatum is.
I mean, he's inching up on having a better season than him. I'm just saying.
It's such a shame, man. De'Aaron is really having a phenomenal season. I don't think that's a like an overuse of words either. Like he's not having a good season. He's having like a great season.
You said it earlier. He's having an all-star season. He is having an all-star caliber season. Absolutely. Yeah.
Man.
We talked about Boston and trades and Harrison Barnes. Can I play something for you? I got something else for you.
Oh, you got you guys this sound bank loaded. Boy, Kenny in this final hour, man. You ready to go? Let's go, baby. What do we got? Let's do it.
This is your boy,
Bill
Simmons podcast. And I just want you to hear something because it goes contrary to what we hear or what we talk about daily. Check this out.
I theorized through Russillo. I actually think it makes more sense for Sacramento to trade Buddy Hield than Barnes. I would keep Barnes.
Really?
Yeah. Because then I could just play Halliburton more.
Yeah, so he's good. Buddy Hield's got value, though.
Excuse me? That was Jackie McMullen.
Wait, I know who it was. I'm sorry. Wait, what was the rest? That's a cliffhanger.
Did you hear that? But did you hear him when he said she was really?
He does.
You would trade Buddy? Really? Do you guys watch?
Do they watch? And that's the thing. That just drives me crazy. Is are y'all watching?
And this is what I was talking about last week, and what I talked about, Damien, how we feel I think it's in the minority
Kenny,
to the basketball world.
But Kenny, those are media people. Coaches have got to know what's going on here in Sacramento. Like what, hey, I know I may have made my Luke Walton jokes a minute ago. We talked about how great De'Aaron was. We talked about the struggles in the paint. We haven't really pointed out, but he was
awful.
I mean, he wasn't good. I mean, like, hey, they won, so I won't call him awful. He certainly wasn't good, though. So it's like, are y'all paying attention to this? Coaches are paying attention. Maybe Jackie McMullen and Bill Simmons haven't carved out any time to watch a 16 and 24 team play ball, but he gonna see. Get the podcast after Friday's game. Let's see what he says after they play Friday. If he puts up another 4 and 13, or get it from Jackie McMullen. Buddy Hield has value. Okay, Jack. Here's the value, and I know we're just a lowly radio show in Sacramento, and our statistician Will Z, who works for free, put together a stat sheet, a spreadsheet that says Buddy Hield is statistically the worst starting two guard in the entire league. It's not our opinion. Those are stats. Those are numbers. What is Jackie?
She was baffled.
Jesse,
like,
call Jack. Get Jackie McMullen on the phone immediately and see if we can get this worked out. Call her at her house.
Another funny thing, and once again, to your point, these aren't NBA coaches. This is like people who follow the league. But there was a fake trade from some Cavs blog or whatever that had Andre Drummond coming here with some picks or something like that for Buddy Hield going to Cleveland. So I scroll under the comments under the tweet to see what it is. Like all the Cavs fans, wow, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Wow.
Okay.
Really?
Let's go.
Let's go. I'd do that in a heartbeat. Trade an expiring for Buddy Hield? Let's go. I said,
You know what? And Buddy might be thrilled. Buddy might be thrilled in Cleveland. He'd get the ball. He gets to shoot.
I'm convinced.
Got a good point guard there.
I'm convinced now that maybe, like, of the whole NBA universe, only people in Sacramento are ready to move on from Buddy Hield.
I'm telling you, like, they just think he's the 3-point champion of the world. That's it. Like, he's the 3-point champion of the world. That's what they feel. It's probably, in all honesty, it's probably the last time some of them saw Buddy Hield. Like, remember the Kings were playing in the bubble at like 9:00 in the morning. Nobody watching them.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we had the 9 a.m. slot.
Yeah.
I got
more sound?
No more sound. No more sound. But I got sidetracked from a text that I got. Remember, I was talking to my buddy, and the thing in this last hour has been the scam of not paying your mortgage. Well, it's not even a scam, to be honest. I take that back. It's not a scam, but how you're not, my guy told me, don't pay your mortgage. So during the break, I texted him. I said, "Hey, are you still not paying your mortgage?" And
sorry, this phone has been disconnected. The owner's doing 10 to 15.
He texted me back and said, "I haven't paid it since I told you a couple years ago." Still in the house. This is crazy.
All right.
I'm not taking that sip of beer. You know how they try to get you to drink beer in high school? That was the thing in the 80s on the sitcoms.
Man,
I ain't doing it. Take my mortgage every month.
All of it.
Take my car note.
Take a little extra. Take a little extra while you're there.
Take it all.
Take a little extra while you're there.
He's crazy.
I need to grow up and own a home. I don't even own the house I live in.
He said, no.
Kenny's boy is officially a squatter. Oh, man.
Craziness. Also, I got to bring this to the airwaves too. I said it in the commercial break, but I got to give my partner some props because he said, "What did Nimi Bjelica? He took like a month off." He didn't take a month off. It was like 2 weeks or something like that. Well, I went to the game log, and Bjelica played against Portland on January 9th, and he did not play again until February 12th. Nimi has said, "I ain't playing for a month."
Yeah. Personal reasons.
Personal reasons.
I don't know. I don't know, man.
That's crazy, man.
It is, and
he comes back in there taking step back 30-footers.
He was terrible last night. It's almost like for the tanking crowd, you've got Nemanja Bjelica. Like there you go. For those who really want to tank, you've got Nemanja. Hey, normally I do this off the air, Jesse. We're not taking Eric's phone call to give us mortgage advice. We're not doing that.
No,
we're not doing that.
I'm telling you guys a story. Do not do this. I don't do it.
We're
Stop.
not. No, we don't need to clear anything up. It's a gag. It's a joke. It's silliness. We're not going to start fielding calls on mortgages. Now, if you're a mortgage company and you want to sponsor a radio show, holla at us. We could do that.
Yes.
But yeah, we're not opening up the phone lines to start talking mortgages here on ESPN 1320.
No, we're not.
You did.
No,
what you did.
I'm not telling no more stories. I'm only pulling up sound from here on out. No more stories.
Well, the sounds you pulled up got my attention. Buddy Hield has value.
Yeah, that was great. For those who didn't hear,
Jackie Mack.
Here's Jackie again for those who didn't hear.
I theorized to Russillo. I think it's more sense for Sacramento to trade Buddy Hield than Barnes. I would keep Barnes.
Really?
Yeah, because then I could just play Halliburton more.
Yeah, that's true. He is good. Buddy Hield's got value though.
Wow.
Bill Simmons with the most elementary Kings take too, by the way. I'd keep Harrison Barnes and get rid of the guy who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. I'd get rid of that guy instead.
But look, that's the crazy thing. Like around the country, that's like, I'm thinking outside the box. I'm thinking outside the box. I wouldn't trade Buddy or Harrison. I'd look to trade Buddy. Look at me thinking outside the box.
Okay.
What?
And every time we get on the phone and you say, I was listening to Bill Simmons, what's the first thing I say to you?
He said, why?
What have I told you about that? What have I told you about listening to Bill Simmons? Don't do it.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, I think that's the consensus. Well, you're right. Coaches and media people and fans are different. But people who follow the league, I think that's the consensus. I think they look at Buddy like, that wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad.
I wonder how many people use the phrase, Buddy, you take Buddy, he's younger, he can shoot, he can do all of these things differently. Like they're like the same exact age. Like
he's younger.
Dude, he's not even a full year younger. I don't think Buddy Hield is younger than Harrison Barnes. Look this up. There's no way. He's like days younger than Harrison Barnes is. But again, Harrison Barnes is perceived as this old dude he's been in the league forever. He's got championships. People remember him on the Warriors. He went to the Dallas Mavericks, all of these different things. My man's 28 years old on a declining contract, by the way.
And he's playing very well, very good. And his floor is about 15 points a game. Like you're never going to get worse than that. But I think one of the reasons why Harrison seems so old is low key. Harrison's been in our life for a long time. He was the number one player in high school, coming out of high school.
Yeah,
he went to North Carolina for 1 year, and then got drafted by the Warriors. And, we
saw him win a championship. Like that's the other thing. Like he was on a big stage. Like we saw him all of the time. Yeah.
That championship was 6 years ago. And he was like 21 when they won championship. Well, maybe that's not the right math. He was like 22. Is that right?
22. Was it only 6 years ago? Really? They went to the finals 5 years. Wow. It's got to be a little bit longer. Oh, that championship's wow. I'm doing an NBA season. It's like, yeah, wow. Jeez.
Yeah, man.
And here
I don't like any of you in the chat, by the way. Stop putting this in the atmosphere and on me. I'm not even going to mention it. 1320 is the home of Kings basketball, sports, Sacramento sports. That's what it is.
Kenny's Cash. Let ESPN 1320 pay your mortgage for a year or not.
Stop it, guys. Stop it. We talk sports on here.
Are you tired of paying your mortgage? Want to save money? Buy my book, KC's Keys to Financial Freedom.
Buy my book.
Oh, man.
Come on. man. I'm tripling up this month, man. April 1st, I'm tripling up. I'm tripling up on my mortgage. I don't want no problems.
ESPN 1320, home of Kenny's Money Matters. And I take exception to that, Jeff, is all money matters. Oh, every little bit. All right. And Duke, we're in it. Go to Dave. Cue up Damon Radowinkowski and end this show immediately. It's
man. Off the rails.
Tomorrow will be the announcement that the show is permanently moving to 3 hours because the 4 hours is just it's gotten to be too much. It's gotten to be too much. It's gotten to be too much, not for us, but for the chat. It's got to be too much for everybody listening. We apologize.
It's definitely like the sophomore class.
Ever since Deuce and Mo signed off of that video, the whole show has gone to hell. It's just all gone to hell. Like it's gotten all bad. All bad. Goodness gracious.
On. Mo Money, the sequel starring KC. Come on, man.
Mm-hmm. We'll get Damon Wayans Jr. in it also.
Sacramento Kings.
What are we gonna do tomorrow? When you had the Washington Wizards yesterday.
Yeah.
Outscore the Kings in the paint 74-42. So tomorrow, like I know that the Celtics lack some strength in the front court. Like that's one of the things that they're looking for here in this trade deadline. Like you're of the belief, I'm of the belief. They've been looking for that center for a couple of years now.
Right.
But that's the first night of a back-to-back. And you got Philly on Saturday night. And I know, Joel's not there. But that's still a big physical team that'll work the block a little bit. And if you're giving up 74 points to the Washington Wizards.
We just don't even have Alex Lynn. They don't even have nothing like that.
You are literally and figuratively getting punched in the face by Alex Lynn. Like, what's going to happen? Like, and I know it doesn't have the same, luster. Although, Boston's only 500 right now. Philadelphia is the top team in the Eastern Conference. They've got Cleveland after that. And if nothing else, Cleveland's got bigs.
No.
A bunch of them. They've got bigs that aren't even playing. Like they've got a number of bigs.
Now the number was 74, right? In the paint.
Yeah, 74-42. Yep, in the paint.
To be fair, and this is also an issue with the bigs with the Sacramento Kings, but I think if I had it right, Robin Lopez and Alex Lynn only combined for like 23 points. A lot of that was Russ just going to the bucket all night long and scoring. Russ finished to what, 29?
26.
26. He didn't hit a 3-pointer. He hit 3 free throws, so everything else was probably closer. Oh no,
he hit one. Give him some respect. He hit a 3-pointer.
I'm looking at the wrong.
He hit a 3-pointer. He had 26, 10 assists, 14 totals.
So he got to the line.
No, he had 12. He was 9 of 12. He was 9 of 12 from the free throw line.
So I only say that to say it isn't just about the bigs per se. It's the fact that they don't stop anybody on the perimeter.
The resistance. There's no resistance.
Yeah, there's nobody inside to stop. And not to say that Marvin Bagley was his defensive savant and super shot blocker, but he is another big body in there.
And that's the thing. It's not going to change.
Right.
Because and that's the thing that we all have to recognize. This is what we signed up for. When we were, I know we can't rewind time and put, Tyrese Halliburton in the starting lineup for Buddy Hield. I know that's what we wanted there for a while. Tyrese Halliburton is in the starting lineup. Luke Walton said yesterday, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing for a while. We'll evaluate a couple of weeks down the road and see what happens. But this is what we're doing right now. This is what we wanted. We wanted Tyrese Halliburton. Hell, our man Melvin in the chat had anxiety all day about whether Tyrese Halliburton was going to start or not. This is what we signed up for when Marvin Bagley goes out. We wanted to put Tyrese Halliburton in the starting lineup. We didn't want to put Hassan Whiteside. We didn't want to put Nemanja Bjelica. We know Bjelica is going to be gone anyway. They literally don't have any other guys to put in that position. So you knew you were going to start small, and this is probably going to be the result. Even if it's not points in the paint, even if it's just not providing enough resistance once a guy like Russell Westbrook gets to the inside, or a guy like Colin Sexton, or a guy
Yeah.
like Jason
Yeah.
Tatum. Like those
Yeah.
are this is just kind of the defensive consequence, as if the Kings needed more consequences on the defensive end. This is just what comes with starting a small lineup.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. I'm not going to ask them to lock up on the defensive end better on the perimeter because I don't think that's going to happen. But I know rebounding wise, they're going to have to gang rebound. Like everybody's going to have to get in there and get on the boards. I saw a couple times yesterday that I didn't like, where they were just standing around. As it all went, and the Wizards, Alex Len gets offensive rebound, puts it back in there. You can't do that. You can't do that in general, but now you're playing small. All five guys got to be crashing the boards.
No King had double-digit rebounds yesterday. Harrison led the team with 8. For context purposes, Russell Westbrook had 14.
Woo.
Alex Len had 10, and Rui had 9.
They get beat up on the boards last night.
Kings had 38. Yeah.
52-38 on the boards last night. Yeah, that's going to be something to keep an eye on.
What'd you say, 52-38?
Yeah.
Outscored 74-42 in the paint. Won the game. Won the game by 2.
Who do we have yesterday? We had Bilo and JC.
Yeah.
JC's
in Washington.
Keys,
Yeah.
JC's keys to a Wizards win. He's just baffled. He's like, dominate the paint, dominate the boards, and you'll win. And it didn't happen that way.
Oh, man.
But I will say this, though, Damian.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, tomorrow against the Boston Celtics, you play to win. You go to win. Ain't
Tristan Thompson's
tanking.
out tomorrow, by the way.
That'll help the Kings a little bit. Ain't no tanking going on. Ain't no worried about to get a top 5 pick. Broke this down earlier. Win. I need to see more moments like I saw yesterday from De'Aaron Fox. Put the team on your back, no matter how good or bad the team is that they're playing. Lead this team, propel them to a win. Hit the big time shot to put it away. Tyrese Halliburton getting in there, getting his groove back. I need to see more of that. I'm not here. It'd be great. I love the draft. I love Jalen Green, Cake on it. I love these guys, but I'm not sacrificing some of the development that I want to see from a guy like Fox and a guy like Halliburton so they can tank and get a top 5 pick. Mm-hmm. I want to see them play better and play some winning basketball. That's what's more important to me.
But here's the frustrating reality with this team. That game last night doesn't get the job done tomorrow.
No.
It doesn't get the job done Saturday either. You could probably argue it might not get the job done against Cleveland. I'm not going to give Cleveland, too much respect, but they're not as bad defensively. They're not good, but they're not as bad defensively as the Washington Wizards are. So they're not. De'Aaron is playing phenomenal. I'd argue even with the win last night, the Kings aren't playing better basketball. And it's kind of the Lakers thing all over again. You beat the Wizards. Good. The Wizards stink. Mm-hmm. Like they've lost 5 in a row now. Like they're just not good. They're a terrible defensive team. Yeah. It's like, when they beat the Lakers. Well, they beat the Lakers, but they didn't. It was the Rancho Cucamonga group that you called out. It was the G League team. It was there was no LeBron, there was no Anthony Davis, and you saw what I don't know. They were either first or second, probably second at the time, but they were a top 2 defensive rating team. Mm-hmm. Just kind of throw it out before the All-Star break and say, forget it. Like, let's just go. And they nearly got the job done against the Kings that day. Yeah. Didn't, and that's good. But I have no feeling into it that the Kings are actually playing better basketball right now. But they gotta win. You take it. If you want to, look at the 10 spot, 3.5. I know Deuce was poo-pooing on that earlier, but it's there. It's 3.5 back. They've got games against New Orleans. They've got a bunch of games against Memphis. Those games are all ahead of them. Like they'll have an opportunity to play themselves into the conversation or play themselves out of the conversation, and it doesn't matter what the rest of the league does. It matters what they do. And if they get a 10 spot with a worse record than last year, then you do. It's whatever.
And that's another place that I was going. If they get that 10 spot, and this is super hypothetical. I mean, they're 3.5 back right now. And like you said, they're not necessarily playing good basketball. So, but it's right there for them. If they get that, there is going to have to be a level of good basketball being played. Like it may not be good enough to be one of the top teams in the league, but they're not going to play like this and get the 10 spot. If they got to the 10, they would have played some type of good basketball.
Yeah. I mean,
that's how it would have to go down.
Okay. I mean, you're right, because just for the simple fact that they're 3.5 back.
Yeah.
They would have had to have. That's what we were talking about earlier. They can't lose 3 in a row. They can't lose 4 in a row and have a shot at doing this. And to have a realistic shot, they'll have to win 3 in a row somewhere. They'll have to win 4 in a row. They'll have to string a couple of wins together. And in the process, hopefully one of those wins are against New Orleans. They're against Memphis. They're against Oklahoma City, those teams in front of them, because they got to bring them down a peg. And I don't know who gets that 10 spot. Like I'm just conceding 9 to the Golden State Warriors because I think they're steady enough to just stay where they are. They've shown it through 40 games. But of those 4 teams, including Sacramento, and you just rule out Houston, who's never going to win another basketball game again, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, it's not happening.
I think if I had to put some money on it, I would say New Orleans. And New Orleans looks lost,
and you do,
It's completely lost. But I think that's the team I would put it on to get to the 10. But I don't know. I mean, nobody from 10 to 13 is playing good basketball.
No.
So,
and if the Kings are going to not just win tomorrow night, have an opportunity to win tomorrow night, they're going to have to play better than they did last night.
100%.
100%. I don't think the Celtics are going to give up 34 first quarter points. I don't think they're going to give up 36 third quarter points either.
I don't know, though. You saw what the Celtics did yesterday in Cleveland? Getting smacked around for a lot of that game.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't either.
I saw a stat. Man, what was the stat I saw? It was something about Boston since the first 10 games of the season. They're like 16-20 or something. It's something crazy. Like they have one of the worst records of playoff teams. They're way below 500. So they're not playing good basketball right now.
Well, and you've got a center that put up a goose egg yesterday. You know what I mean? Like he didn't score a basket in the 25 minutes that he played.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm wrong. I mean, Cleveland gave up Boston gave up 35 points the other. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll give up a ton of points to the Kings tomorrow night, because they certainly did it against Cleveland. Colin Sexton had his way with the Boston Celtics last night.
That's a good sign for De'Aaron Fox if he could do the same. Here's what it was. It's from your man's Bill Simmons. I don't know why he keeps coming into my life. But since the 12-game mark this season, Brooklyn, for instance, is 22-7 since the 12-game mark. Philly's 20-9. The Celtics are 12-16 since the 12-game mark of the season.
Jeez.
Yeah.
12-16. Well, good news, Kings fans. I mean, I guess, of course, the Kings are 4-13 in the last 17 games. So,
Jesus.
I don't know. I don't know what this game is going to look like. I don't know what this weekend is going to look like. But we'll be back tomorrow to get you ready for it. That's for sure.
Tournament time tomorrow, baby.
Yes, indeed. There'll be tournament games. Well, I know a lot of you will be. there are a lot of people multitasking right now. They've got the play-in game on the TV, got us up on YouTube and Twitch and all that good stuff. So we greatly appreciate it.
Baby.
That's all right. You can watch on multiple screens, man. We love it. We appreciate you for letting us be a part of your day. If you missed any part of today's show, of course, you can watch it on YouTube or Twitch. We hope that you'll follow us there on those 2 channels and subscribe on YouTube as well. If you're more into podcasts, check us out. Search D'Lo and KC in Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or radio.com. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. And if you think we're good enough, if you think we're worth it, if you think our financial advice is strong enough, hit that 5th star over there on Apple Podcast. It would mean a whole lot to us, and we appreciate you for being with us. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We'll get you ready for the Boston Celtics. We'll have free agency covered. We got the tournament going on, and more mortgage advice from Kenny Caraway's friend.
No more mortgage advice. Holla.
There was There's some good messages in here. The chat was on fire this last hour. You guys were the stars for sure. We appreciate you for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Oh my gosh. Y'all are something. Mad Money with KC.
God.
Yeah, buddy. Y'all are wild. If y'all want us to buy your house, leave a 5-star rating. Oh man. Leave them 5-star ratings, man. Those are important.
He wants us to buy your house. Sorry, Murph. I told you not to listen to me.
I know Murph just got that nice new house in the desert. He probably got an estate bigger than yours. How many?
I'm sure he
how
does.
many acres you got out there in the Vegas? In the Vegas, in the desert. Or you got the penthouse. Did you just get the penthouse at the top of one of the hotels there?
He got a whole floor. He got a whole floor at the Cosmo.
That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I ain't been to Vegas in a long time. That sucks.
Yeah, understandably.
Oh, well, since
I mean, it's been at least a year. Like,
but I'm talking like 5 years.
Oh, okay.
And I love Vegas, and I hadn't been to Vegas in a minute.
Oh, man. Those
y'all are funny though, man.
Danny in San Francisco. And that BetQL read was, I guess it was okay. Like it's kind of long. I was like, I'm gonna sound stupid doing this. I thought it worked all right.
Very good. It was good.
BetQL really makes me think I know what I can. Like I could do this. Like
Bro,
there's enough stuff here. I could do this.
If I have enough time to look through it tonight, I'm going in on some games tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks to BetQL. Do we have a
so you can not pay your mortgage?
So I can help pay triple my mortgage.
There you go.
That's what that's for. So that was crazy too that he's a broker. Yeah, I'm gonna read you guys a text when we get off of the. Get off the stream. I don't want to be associated with this anymore.
I think you got Manny's message, didn't you? You got it. You got his message. Yeah, he's got your number.
I explained it earlier. Maybe you weren't by the chat, but I was looking for it in the IG in the regular messages, and I couldn't find it. I was waiting for it. Come to find out, it had to be. It's in my request thing. So I saw that about an hour before the show started. So I'm gonna hit you up tonight.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You know, it's 4:00. Kenny's got to go eat. We'll wrap up.
Yeah, man.
3 hours tomorrow, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Then we'll head out. I don't even know what game we're going to, but I'll find out before tomorrow. It'll be fun. Home of NCAA tournament coverage. So we appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all for hanging out. Let me cue up the little video. Hey, I always forget that we have it, and we'll see you. We'll see you guys tomorrow at noon, man. Thank you.